Welcome back to another story on Watch Harry. This time, we're bringing you, what if Harry's first Gringotts visit revealed 47 million galleons stolen and goblins declared war on wizarding Britain. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Vault That Should Not Be. The owl had come on a Tuesday, which was how Harry Potter learned that magic was real. The letter itself was less important than what it confirmed, that somewhere in the world, someone knew his name, and not the version of it Uncle Vernon used when he was angry. Not boy or freak or you. Harry Potter. Written in green ink on thick yellowed parchment, addressed to the cupboard under the stairs with the casual precision of someone who had always known exactly where he was kept. He'd been allowed to keep the letter. That alone should have told him something. The man who came to collect him was enormous, Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, whose hands were the size of dustbin lids and whose smile was the most genuinely warm thing Harry had ever seen directed at him. Harry had liked him immediately, with the uncomplicated instinct of someone who had spent 10 years being very good at recognizing which adults were safe. Diagon Alley was everything the cupboard under the stairs was not. Color and noise and impossible things happening in broad daylight, and Harry walked through it with his neck craning in every direction, trying to hold on to the shape of it, aware that nothing from this morning would ever fit back into his old life. He didn't mind. His old life had never fit him either. Gringotts stood at the far end of the alley like something that had been built to make you feel small. That was obviously intentional. The white marble, the massive doors, the goblins in their uniforms, all of it designed to communicate, before a single word was spoken, that this was not a place where you came to make demands. You came here to conduct business, carefully, on terms that had been set long before you arrived. The warning engraved beside the inner door made Harry pause. Seek riches here, and you shall find, not gold but grave, for those who cross. Hagrid, Harry said, still reading. Has anyone ever actually tried to rob Gringotts? Once, Hagrid said, and his voice had gone a bit odd. Didn't end well. Come on, then. The interior was tall and echoing, all polished floors and high counters where goblins worked in focused silence. The sound of quills scratching parchment filled the air like a kind of background music. Harry noticed that the goblins did not look up when they entered. That felt deliberate too. Hagrid approached the nearest counter with the slightly nervous energy of someone who didn't quite feel they belonged here either, which made Harry feel marginally better about his own anxiety. He watched Hagrid fumble in his coat for the letter from Dumbledore, something about a package in Vault 713, which Hagrid had explained and then immediately said he wasn't supposed to explain, and waited while the goblin at the counter read it with the focused expression of someone counting syllables. And you, the goblin said, raising his eyes to Harry for the first time. The eyes were dark and very sharp. You have business as well? Yes, Harry said. I'd like to visit my vault. Name? Harry Potter. The scratching of quills nearby stopped. It wasn't dramatic, no gasps, no one dropping anything. But there was a quality of stillness that moved through the room like a wave, and Harry noticed it even if he didn't fully understand it. The goblin behind the counter looked at him with an expression that was difficult to read. Not the awe Harry had been getting from wizards all day, which he found profoundly uncomfortable. Something more calculating. More interested. One moment, the goblin said, and disappeared through a door behind the counter. Is that normal? Harry asked Hagrid. Dunno, Hagrid said, looking slightly uneasy. Might be protocol for the heir of a big family. The Potters were a very old family, Harry. Very old, very, they had considerable holdings. He said had in a way that suggested he'd meant to say have and changed his mind halfway through, and Harry filed that away without comment. The goblin returned. With him was another goblin, older, shorter, wearing a different uniform, something more formal, with a deep burgundy sash across the chest. This one walked like he owned the floor he was standing on, which Harry suspected he probably did. Mr. Potter, this goblin said. His voice was measured and even and carried no performance of warmth. "I am Griphook, Senior Account Manager for the Potter Family Holdings. Before we proceed to your vault, there is a standard verification process for first-time heirs accessing their accounts. Will you consent to this?" "What does the verification involve?" Griphook looked at him with something that might have been fractional approval. "A drop of blood on the family ledger. It confirms your identity and generates a full accounting of the estate for your review." "Yes," Harry said. "I consent." Hagrid shifted his weight. "Ah, Harry, there's no need for all that, really, we just need to. It's my vault," Harry said mildly, and Hagrid went quiet. The room they were shown to was small and slightly below the main floor of the bank, reached through a side door that Griphook unlocked with a key that looked like it was made of bone. A single lantern hung from the ceiling. A stone table occupied most of the space, and on it sat a massive leather-bound book, its cover embossed with a crest Harry didn't recognize yet, 2 lions rampant around a single tower, and beneath it a motto in Latin he couldn't read. Fortis Cadera, Cedera non potest. He would learn later that it meant, the brave may fall, but cannot yield. Griphook produced a small silver instrument from his breast pocket, elegant, precise, the kind of tool made for a single purpose. Harry gave his finger without being asked and watched a single dark red drop fall onto the center page. The book opened itself. For a moment, nothing happened. The pages rustled in a wind that wasn't there, turning rapidly through what looked like decades of records, names, dates, numbers in a hand so small Harry couldn't read it. Then the pages stopped. The ink began to move, rearranging, climbing the page in ordered columns. And then the numbers appeared. Griphook went very still. It was the stillness that caught Harry's attention first. He looked up from the page to the goblin's face and saw something there that wasn't in the scripted vocabulary of a financial professional doing a routine transaction. It was fury. Quiet, cold, ancient fury, the kind that has been waiting for a long time to have a name to attach itself to. "Griphook," Harry said quietly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing is wrong, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, and his voice was completely steady. "I need to ask you to wait here. I need to bring the director." He was gone before Harry could respond. Harry looked at the book. The numbers didn't mean much to him yet. He had no frame of reference for Galleons, no way to contextualize what a wizarding estate was supposed to look like. But he could read a ledger well enough. He'd helped Aunt Petunia reconcile household accounts more times than he cared to count, because no one else in the house would do it and someone had to make sure Dudley's extracurricular expenses were filed correctly for the tax records. He knew how a ledger was supposed to feel. This one felt wrong. There were 2 columns. One headed held, the current balance, which showed numbers Harry supposed were modest but couldn't judge. And one headed disbursed, external, a column so long it continued on to the next page, and the next, and the one after that. He turned the pages. The disbursements went back 10 years. Almost exactly 10 years. Beginning in November 1981. The month his parents had died. The amounts varied, some small, some enormous, but the pattern was consistent, and patterns were something Harry was very good at recognizing because patterns were often the only warning system available to someone who had grown up in the Dursleys' house. Regular. Deliberate. Carefully logged under reference codes that were just opaque enough to be deniable and just legible enough to be traceable. He turned to the summary page at the back. Total external disbursements, November 1981 to July 1991, 47,293,412 galleons. Harry sat with that number for a long moment. The lantern above him hissed softly. From somewhere far below, he could hear the distant rush of mine carts on tracks, the sound of the underground economy of the wizarding world continuing its business without interruption. He didn't feel the anger yet. The anger would come later, in waves, and it would be useful when it did. Right now he felt something more like clarity, which was perhaps an unusual response to discovering you had been systematically robbed for your entire childhood, but Harry had always responded to crises with a sort of calm that confused people who expected him to panic. He turned back to the disbursement records and began to read the reference codes. He had memorized 17 of them by the time the door opened again. The goblin who entered was not what Harry expected, and Harry was finding that nothing about today was meeting expectations, which was making him perversely more alert rather than more confused. He'd expected someone older, perhaps. Someone more administrative looking. What he got was a goblin who stood barely as tall as Harry's shoulder, ancient in the way that suggested not frailty but density, like something compressed over centuries until it was harder than the thing it started as. His face was deeply lined, his eyes the color of old amber, his uniform the same burgundy sash but with something additional, a narrow chain of office around his neck from which hung a single dark seal, and the air around him had the quality of a room where the temperature had just changed. Griphook followed him in, along with 2 other goblins Harry hadn't seen before. "Mr. Potter," the old goblin said. "I am Ragnarok. I am the director of Gringotts." He sat down across from Harry without being invited and placed his hands flat on the table, palms down. "I have looked at the preliminary read of your family ledger. Before I ask you any questions, I need to establish something. Did you know?" "No," Harry said. Ragnarok studied him for a moment with those amber eyes. Then he nodded, once, the way someone nods when they've confirmed a hypothesis rather than when they're relieved. The disbursements began 43 days after the deaths of James and Lily Potter. You were 14 months old. I know. The reference codes that authorized those disbursements, Ragnarok continued, and his voice was very controlled now, the voice of someone carrying something very heavy and carrying it deliberately, are Ministry of Magic internal account codes. Specifically, they are codes assigned to the office of the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. A position which, during the entire 10-year period in question, was held by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The room was very quiet. Hagrid was standing in the corner. Harry had almost forgotten he was there. He looked over and saw that Hagrid's face had gone the color of old plaster, and his hands were gripping the brim of his enormous umbrella-concealing coat like a drowning man holding a rope. "Hagrid," Harry said. "Did you know?" "Harry, Hagrid's voice broke on his name. "I swear to you, I didn't know the extent of it. I knew there'd been some sort of arrangement. Dumbledore said your mum and dad had made provisions, that there was a trust set up for your schooling, 47 million galleons," Harry said, and something in the quietness of his voice made Hagrid flinch harder than if he'd shouted. "Does that sound like a trust for my schooling?" Hagrid said nothing. There was nothing to say. Harry turned back to Ragnarok. "What are the codes? What does each disbursement correspond to?" "That will require a full audit. Several days of work, minimum." Ragnarok tilted his head slightly. "Mr. Potter. You are 11 years old. Most clients in your position, wizarding clients, would at this point request that their guardian handle this matter." "I don't have a guardian," Harry said. "I have relatives who were legally assigned responsibility for me." "That's different. And given that the disbursement started with ministry codes, I'm not sure I want to hand this to the first ministry-adjacent adult who shows up." He paused. "What would a full audit give us? Specifically?" Ragnarok looked at him for a moment that lasted long enough to be deliberate. "Every galleon disbursed, traced to its destination. Every account that received funds. Every individual who authorized or benefited from the transfers. A complete chain of accountability." "And then what? What does Gringotts do with that?" This was, Harry suspected, the real question, the one Ragnarok had been waiting to see if he'd have the presence of mind to ask. "Gringotts has protocols," Ragnarok said, "for situations in which the integrity of the accounts we hold has been violated. We have operated in this country for 9 centuries. In that time, we have developed responses to theft that are independent of the Wizarding Ministry of Magic's legal apparatus. Because the Wizarding Ministry of Magic has not historically been reliable in adjudicating crimes against non-wizarding parties. You mean crimes against goblins? I mean crimes against anyone who is not a wizard, Ragnarok said, and the composure of the word anyone was impressive. But in this case, the primary victim is a wizard. A child wizard, which makes the theft a violation of the Vaults of Inheritance Accord of 1347, which Gringotts is a signatory to, and which supersedes ministry jurisdiction in matters of estate fraud. Meaning you can act independently of the ministry. Meaning we are required to. Harry looked at the ledger. At 10 years of careful, systematic theft, logged in reference codes that were opaque enough to be deniable. At 47 million galleons that should have been in his vault and were not. At a childhood in a cupboard under the stairs that, in some small and dark way, was connected to those missing numbers, because the people who knew the money was being taken also knew where he was, and also chose to leave him there, and now he understood why. A poor Harry Potter, an ignorant Harry Potter, a grateful Harry Potter was so much easier to manage. He thought about the vault they'd taken him to see before this room. The modest pile of gold coins. Enough for school supplies. Enough to make him feel provided for. Enough to make a 14-month-old child, grown up and finally arrived, feel like he'd been thought of. He thought about the letter addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. How long will the full audit take, he asked. 3 days, Ragnarok said. Possibly 4. Do it, Harry said. And whatever your protocols are, whatever Gringotts does in a situation like this, I want to understand it before it happens. I don't want to be surprised by things done on my behalf. Ragnarok looked at him for another of those long, measuring moments. Then he said, "Grip hook." "Sir. Prepare the full inheritance suite. Mr. Potter will require complete access to all Potter family documents, legal charters, and property holdings. Also, a beat, barely perceptible, notify the War Council." Griphook's eyebrows rose a fraction. "Sir. For a theft of 47 million galleons authorized by a ministry official from the account of a minor ward of the state," Ragnarok said, and his voice was now the temperature of something that had been kept in a very cold place for a very long time. "Yes. Notify the War Council." They brought Harry tea, which surprised him. It was strong and bitter and served in a small ceramic cup without a saucer, and it was the most straightforward act of hospitality he'd received all day, without the performance of warmth that Hagrid's care carried, without the complicated undercurrent of Dumbledore's letter, without the circus of the leaky cauldron where every stranger seemed to want something from him without knowing what it was. He sat in the account room, they'd moved him somewhere more comfortable, a side chamber with actual chairs, and drank his tea and worked through what he knew. Hagrid sat across from him, miserable, turning his coat over and over in his massive hands. He kept opening his mouth and closing it again. Harry let him, because rushing Hagrid wasn't going to get useful information faster. Some people needed time to find the edges of a thing before they could talk about it. "He loves you," Hagrid said finally. "Dumbledore. I want you to know that. Whatever this, whatever it looks like, what does it look like to you, Hagrid?" Hagrid's face did something complicated and sad. "Dunno. I really don't. I trust Dumbledore more than I trust myself most days, but I also, this is a lot of galleons, Harry. That's not nothing. That's not, there'd have to be a reason. There'd have to be." "There probably is a reason," Harry said. "I'm sure it's a very good reason. I'm sure it makes complete sense if you care more about the outcome than the person you took the money from." He paused. "That's not exoneration, Hagrid. A good reason isn't the same as a right one." Hagrid looked at him with an expression that Harry had been getting from adults for as long as he could remember, the slightly unnerved look of someone who expected something simpler from a child and didn't quite know what to do when they didn't get it. He'd always found it more interesting than offensive. "What are you going to do?" Hagrid asked. "I'm going to let Gringotts do the audit," Harry said. "And then I'm going to go to Hogwarts, because I actually do want to learn magic. And then I'm going to deal with it. Deal with it, Hagrid repeated, as if the phrase had more weight than it appeared to carry. Harry, if Dumbledore is involved in something like this, the Ministry, the Wizengamot, people will fight. This isn't just about money. No, Harry agreed. It's about whether I get to know the truth about my own life. He set down the teacup. My parents are dead, Hagrid. I've been living in a cupboard for 10 years. The man who put me there seems to have also been systematically transferring my family's fortune to people I've never met using Ministry codes, and the bank that holds that fortune is apparently so angry about it that they've called a war council. He met Hagrid's eyes. It's already not just about money. It was never just about money. Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. Outside, distantly, the bank continued its business, quills, carts, the deep hum of the underground economy. Your mum and dad, Hagrid said, and his voice had gone very quiet. They were good people, Harry. The best. You need to know that. I know, Harry said. And then, more softly, tell me something about them I don't know. So Hagrid talked. He talked about James Potter's laugh, which was too loud and entirely contagious, and Lily Potter's eyes, which were exactly Harry's eyes and could go from warm to devastating in the span of a single wrong sentence. He talked about the way they'd argued and the way they'd loved each other, which Hagrid described with the specific reverence of someone who had witnessed something genuinely rare and understood its value. He talked about little things, James's favorite Quidditch team, Lily's habit of keeping a dictionary in her robe's pocket because she liked words and liked knowing where they came from. Harry listened to all of it and stored all of it, carefully, in the place where he kept things that mattered. Ragnarok came back 2 hours later with a preliminary breakdown of the reference codes, not the full audit, which would take days, but enough to establish the initial architecture of the theft. There were 17 distinct accounts that had received funds from the Potter estate over the 10-year period. 17 different destinations. Ragnarok laid them out on the table in front of Harry with the precision of someone presenting evidence to a court, which was, Harry was beginning to understand, exactly what this was. Some he recognized. Severus Snape. He didn't know the name but Hagrid's slight intake of breath was instructive. Rubeus Hagrid. Harry looked up at that and found Hagrid's face turned an extraordinary shade of dark red. The amounts weren't large, irregular payments, inconsistent, small enough to be invisible in a larger accounting. Maintenance money. Paid to people in proximity to Harry. Paid for, what? His welfare? His monitoring? Both? Some he didn't recognize and couldn't interpret. Coded accounts with no named holder, which Ragnarok explained were accounts maintained through third-party shell holdings, they would take time to trace. And one name that appeared at the top of the disbursement record, connected to the largest single transfer, 3 million galleons in a single transaction, November 12, 1981, with a reference code that Ragnarok tapped with one finger and said, this code corresponds to the personal discretionary account of Albus Dumbledore, maintained at Gringotts since 1952. 3 million galleons. 43 days after his parents died. The silence in the room had a texture to it. The other accounts, Harry said, after a moment. The ones you can trace. What kind of people are we looking at? Ministry? Hogwarts? Both, Ragnarok said. And some private individuals who received what appear to be payments in exchange for, based on the timing and amounts, information, services, or silence. He paused. Mr. Potter, I want to be very direct with you. What we are looking at is not a single person's financial crime. It is a network. It is organized. And it has been running, without interruption, for 10 years. Dumbledore as the center, Harry said. As the architect. Others as the distribution mechanism. Harry thought about the letter addressed to a cupboard. About Hagrid sent to retrieve him today, this specific day, with this specific mission. About the way everyone they'd encountered in Diagon Alley had seemed to be part of a script that had been written before he arrived: Tom at the leaky cauldron, the wide eyes, the Mr. Potter, sir, the seamless onboarding into a world that was all welcome and wonder and no questions. No questions. He hadn't been given time to ask questions. He'd been carried along from the moment Hagrid arrived on that rock in the sea. It was only here, in this room, with the ledger bleeding out its decade of records, that anyone had stopped moving long enough to let him think. "What does the War Council do?" Harry asked. "When you call it. What actually happens?" Ragnock folded his hands. "Gringotts is not only a bank, Mr. Potter. It is the governing institution of goblin financial operations in Britain. When the integrity of those operations is compromised, when accounts held in trust are defrauded, the War Council convenes to assess the nature and scale of the violation and determine the appropriate institutional response. And a 47 million galleon theft from the account of a minor heir falls, Ragnock said, under the category of an existential violation of the Accord." He let that sit for a moment. "There will be consequences for the Ministry. For Gringotts, this is not a matter of financial recovery alone. We hold accounts for every major wizarding family in Britain. If it becomes known that those accounts can be raided by a ministry official for a decade without consequence, then the institution of Gringotts, the trust that underpins every transaction we conduct, is compromised. We cannot allow that. So this is also about your survival," Harry said. "Everything," Ragnock said, with the quiet weight of something long considered, "is about survival. The difference between us and the Ministry is that we are honest about it." Harry looked at the ledger. At the numbers. At the name at the top of the disbursement list. "Do the audit," he said. "All of it. And when it's done, I want a copy of everything. Every name, every number, every code. A complete record. That is your right as the account holder." "I know." Harry stood up, and something had shifted in the way he held himself. Nothing dramatic, nothing performed, just the quiet repositioning of someone who has just added a very significant piece of information to the map of their world and is now calibrating accordingly. "Can I access the vault? Not to take everything, I just want to see it. I want to see what's actually there." The vault was a long way down. The minecart ride was exhilarating in a way that Harry suspected was designed to make clients feel like guests on an adventure rather than passengers in a financial institution, and under other circumstances he might have found it charming. Right now he was making a list in his head of everything Ragnock had told him and trying to sequence it into something actionable, which was an interesting mental exercise to attempt while being flung through hairpin turns at high speed in the dark. Hagrid, beside him, had turned green and was gripping the sides of the cart with both hands. The vault itself, Vault 687, the Potter family vault, designated in the ledger as the primary holdings account, was accessed through an enormous iron door that Griphook opened with a key longer than Harry's forearm. It was not empty. There was gold, more than Harry could easily count, coins stacked in neat columns along the walls, a quantity that to his untrained eye seemed substantial. Jewelry in glass cases. Books with dark leather covers. A locked chest that Griphook said contained property deeds and legal documents. A sword mounted on the wall that Harry didn't touch but looked at for a long moment. What was not there was 47 million galleons. He stood in the vault and thought about the difference between what was here and what should be here, and for the first time, the anger arrived. Not hot, not the quick burn fury of someone surprised. The slow, foundational anger of someone who has just fully grasped the dimensions of something that was done to them before they were old enough to understand what was being taken. They'd left him enough to be grateful for. That was the architecture of it. Enough gold to feel like inheritance. Enough to keep him from asking questions. A vault that looked like family wealth and wasn't, because the real wealth had been systematically removed and distributed to people who'd done something with it that Harry didn't yet fully understand but was going to. "Griphook," he said quietly. "Mr. Potter. The sword on the wall. Whose is that?" Griphook looked at it. Something moved across his face that Harry couldn't fully read. That is listed in the inventory as the sword of Harold Potter, 1402. A family heirloom. It is. It remained in the vault because it is magically bound to the bloodline. It cannot be removed except by a Potter, and only by intent. Harry looked at the sword for a moment longer. Then he turned away. Let's go back up, he said. I have reading to do. They emerged from Gringotts into the afternoon light of Diagon Alley, and the world that had seemed so full of color and wonder on the way in now had a different quality. Harry watched the witches and wizards moving around them, shopping, arguing pleasantly, children pressing their faces against the windows of Elop's Owl Emporium, and thought about networks. About 17 accounts. About the money that had filtered out of his vault and into this world, into these people, over 10 years of carefully maintained invisibility. Somewhere in this alley, probably on a street he hadn't walked down yet, were people who had money that was technically his. Who had received it under reference codes they may or may not have understood. Who had perhaps told themselves it was payment for something reasonable, something legitimate, something Dumbledore had assured them was for the best. He bought his school supplies. He did it efficiently, with a detachment that was useful. The wand found him in Ollivander's, Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, the twin of another wand, which Ollivander told him with a peculiar intensity, and Harry felt the warmth of it in his palm and didn't say anything about the twin because that was information he needed to think about before he shared it. He bought books and robes and a cauldron and an owl, a snowy owl with golden eyes who looked at him from her cage with the air of someone who had been waiting for a specific appointment and was glad the party had finally arrived. He bought her because she looked at him directly, and he'd always had a weakness for things that looked at him directly. He named her Hedwig. At the end of the day, standing in the leaky cauldron while Hagrid ordered himself something warming and deserved, Harry took out a small piece of parchment he'd acquired from the Gringotts account room and wrote down, from memory, the 17 reference codes and the corresponding amounts beside each name he'd been able to identify. He looked at the list. Then he folded it and put it in the inside pocket of his new robes, next to his heart, where it would remain until he knew what to do with it. Hagrid came back with his drink and sat down heavily across from Harry, and for a long moment they just looked at each other across the worn wooden table. Hagrid, Harry said. The payments to your account. I'm not angry at you. I want you to know that. Hagrid went very still. I think you probably didn't know where the money was coming from, Harry said. I think Dumbledore probably gave you a very reasonable explanation and you believed it because you trust him. I'm not angry about that. Trusting people you love isn't a character flaw. He paused. I might need your help, later. Being at Hogwarts, being close to Dumbledore, there might be things you see that matter. I won't ask you to spy. But if you see something you think I should know, I'd want you to tell me. Hagrid's eyes were full, he'd been on the edge of tears for most of the afternoon, and Harry found he didn't feel the need to manage that. It was an appropriate response to the day they'd had. I'll do right by you, Hagrid said, and his voice was thick with it. I swear it. Harry, I am so sorry. Don't be sorry, Harry said. Be useful. There's a difference. He looked out the window at the alley, where the afternoon was turning gold and the shops were beginning to close, and the world was arranging itself back into the appearance of ordinary life. The audit would take 3 days. He had until September 1st to go back and collect the results and whatever Ragnarok's War Council had decided. And then he was going to Hogwarts, where Albus Dumbledore was the headmaster, and where the game was going to become significantly more complicated, and where an 11-year-old boy with a scar and no money and no information had just become something altogether more dangerous. An 11-year-old boy with a scar and documented evidence and the backing of an ancient financial institution that had been waiting centuries for exactly this kind of leverage. He watched Hedwig preen her feathers in her cage on the chair beside him and thought that it was a very strange first day in the magical world. Then again, he'd never expected normal. He'd just expected true. Chapter 2, the ledger of debts. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on the 1st of September, and Harry Potter sat in a compartment by himself for the first 20 minutes, watching London dissolve into suburbs and then into green countryside, and used the time to think. He had gone back to Gringotts 3 days after his first visit, alone this time. He'd told the Dursleys he needed to run an errand in London, and they'd been so relieved at the prospect of his absence that they hadn't asked a single question about how an 11-year-old was supposed to get to London by himself. He'd taken the tube. It had been fine. Ragnarok had been waiting for him. The full audit was a document 43 pages long, bound in Gringotts' deep burgundy leather, sealed with a wax imprint of the Goblin director's personal sigil. Ragnarok had placed it on the table between them and let Harry read it in its entirety before saying anything, which Harry had appreciated in the way you appreciate someone who understands that information deserves to be absorbed rather than curated. It took him an hour and 20 minutes to read it properly. He made notes. Ragnarok waited. The complete picture was more intricate than the preliminary read had suggested. The 17 accounts were the visible structure, but beneath them was a secondary network, 23 additional recipients who had received funds through the primary 17, creating a layer of insulation between the source and the beneficiary. It was elegant, in the cold architectural sense of the word. Someone had designed it to be difficult to trace quickly and impossible to trace without goblin-level access to the underlying transaction records. Dumbledore's personal account had received the most, just over 3 million in that first transaction, and then irregular payments across the decade totaling nearly 9 million galleons in aggregate. But the next largest recipient was not a person. It was an institution. The Order of the Phoenix. A private organization, operating without ministry registration, funded in part for a decade by Harry Potter's inheritance. Harry had written the name down very carefully and then asked Ragnarok what he knew about it. A wartime resistance organization, Ragnarok said. Active during the period of the Dark Lord's ascendancy. Primarily composed of wizards loyal to Dumbledore. It was officially disbanded after the Dark Lord's apparent defeat in 1981. A pause. The payments to its account did not stop in 1981. Harry had looked up from his notes. They continued, Ragnarok said, until August of this year. The most recent payment was made 6 weeks ago. An organization that was supposedly disbanded, Harry said. Still receiving funds, Ragnarok said. From your estate. Without your knowledge or consent. The rest of the audit was a landscape of smaller violations, regular payments to Mundungus Fletcher, to Arabella Figg, to a name listed only as Wormtail with no corresponding account holder identification, to several ministry officials whose names Harry committed to memory with careful precision. Severus Snape had received payments every year, consistent in timing, irregular in amount, suggesting negotiated rather than fixed compensation. For what, the audit did not say. That was the part Harry needed Hogwarts for. He'd left Gringotts with the audit document in his bag and a second meeting arranged with Ragnarok for mid-September, once the War Council had completed its deliberations. What will the Council decide? He'd asked, at the door. I cannot tell you what they will decide, Ragnarok said. I can tell you what they are deliberating. Whether the theft constitutes a violation severe enough to warrant institutional action against the ministry. Whether to close ministry-associated accounts. Whether to call outstanding debts. He met Harry's eyes. And whether to invoke the Accord. The 1347 Accord. Yes. What does invoking the Accord actually mean? Practically. Ragnarok had been quiet for a moment that felt considered rather than uncertain. It means that Gringotts formally declares the ministry in violation of the terms under which we agreed to operate within their jurisdiction. It means we are no longer bound by their regulations. It means, another pause, that we are, technically, in a state of conflict. Harry had thought about that on the tube back to Little Whinging, and on the train to King's Cross, and in the 4 weeks between his Gringotts visit and the 1st of September, during which he had read every book he'd bought from Diagon Alley twice and slept very little and thought a great deal. He was thinking about it now, watching the countryside accelerate past the window, when the compartment door slid open. The girl who looked in was small and sharp-eyed, with a great deal of bushy brown hair and the expression of someone who had been moving down the corridor checking compartments with methodical purpose and had finally arrived at the one she wanted. "Everywhere else is full," she announced, which Harry was fairly certain wasn't true because he'd watched the train fill up from the platform and there had been plenty of space. "Do you mind?" "No," Harry said. "Come in." She sat down across from him, arranged her bag with efficient precision, and then looked at him with the direct assessment of someone who had decided within the first 3 seconds of meeting a person how interesting they were going to be. He got the impression she had decided he was interesting. He wasn't sure yet whether to be flattered or cautious. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "Are you really Harry Potter?" "I saw the scar when I walked in. I wasn't sure if it was rude to ask directly, but then I thought it was probably ruder to pretend not to have noticed." "It's fine," Harry said. "Yes. Harry Potter. I've read about you." "Well, not about you specifically, about what happened the night your parents died, and about what it means in terms of the magical theory of protection spells. The books don't agree on the mechanism, which I find frustrating." "What do you think actually happened?" Harry blinked. In his entire 11 years, no one had ever asked him what he thought about the night his parents died. Not once. "I don't know," he said. "I was 14 months old." "Right, obviously you weren't a conscious participant in the event," Hermione said, in the tone of someone conceding a point while immediately moving past it. "But you've presumably thought about it since. The prevailing theory is sacrificial protection magic, but there's no documented precedent for a killing curse rebounding that way, and the books that discuss it most seriously are all at least partially speculative." She tilted her head. "You're thinking about something else." "Yes," Harry said, deciding immediately that pretending to be simpler than he was with this particular person was going to be both exhausting and ineffective. "I was thinking about the bank." "Gringotts? I've read quite a lot about goblin financial systems." "Oh," she said, and something in her expression shifted. She'd been a step ahead, Harry realized, since she sat down, which made it interesting to watch the moment she encountered something she hadn't read about. "Something happened at the bank." "Something happened at the bank," he confirmed. "Are you going to tell me?" He looked at her for a moment. She was watching him with an attention that was entirely genuine, not hungry, not angling, just genuinely interested in a way that seemed to be her natural state rather than a performance. He'd been 11 years old his whole life and had never met anyone his own age who looked at the world like she did. "Not everything," he said. "Not yet. But some of it, probably, because I think I'm going to need someone at Hogwarts who's good at research, and I get the impression that might be you." Hermione Granger looked at him with an expression that was several things at once, slightly offended at the instrumental framing, genuinely pleased at the assessment, and curious enough that both previous reactions were subordinated to it. "What kind of research?" "Legal history," Harry said. "Wizarding inheritance law. The history of goblin treaties with the Ministry of Magic. Anything about the 1347 Accord." She reached into her bag and pulled out a notebook. She already had a notebook. Of course she did. "Spell it," she said. Ronald Weasley found them an hour outside of London, which was how Harry discovered that the universe had a sense of humor about timing. He was a tall, gangly boy with red hair and ink on his nose and the comfortable ease of someone who had never been the only one in a house. You could see his family on him, the specific unself-consciousness of someone raised in a crowd. He pushed the compartment door open and looked between Harry and Hermione with the quick social calculation of someone used to assessing group dynamics. "Mind if I sit?" "Everywhere else is full," Harry and Hermione said at the same time. Ron grinned and dropped into the seat beside Harry with the boneless ease of someone who had been sitting in this specific type of train compartment his whole life. "You're Harry Potter," he said, without the reverence most people had been loading the name with. More like stating a fact that had minor personal relevance. "My mum pointed you out on the platform." She thinks you're wonderful. I told her I'd say hi from her. Tell her thank you, Harry said, and found he genuinely meant it. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. He looked at Hermione. Hermione Granger, you're the girl who helped Neville find his toad. He mentioned it to everyone on the platform. Hermione looked slightly pleased despite herself. It wasn't difficult. He'd left it near the trolley. Ron pulled out a rather battered package that turned out to contain sandwiches. His mother had packed enough for 3 people, which Harry suspected was not an accident, and distributed them with the uncomplicated generosity of someone who had grown up in a family where food was shared automatically. Harry ate his ham sandwich and felt something shift in his chest that he didn't entirely have a name for. It was small and warm, and he recognized it distantly as the feeling of being included in something that was arranged around his comfort rather than his usefulness. He ate the sandwich and listened to Ron talk about his brothers, 5 of them, apparently, a fact that Harry absorbed with a kind of exhausted admiration, and watched the countryside shift from green to purple as the hills of Scotland began to appear on the horizon. He didn't tell Ron about the bank. Not yet. Ron was loud and warm and honest in the way of someone who had never learned to be otherwise, and all of those qualities were genuinely likable, and also all of them were qualities that would need to be carefully considered before Harry decided how much to share. He had learned, early and thoroughly, that the people you were most inclined to trust immediately were the people most worth taking time over. He would trust Ron. He was fairly sure of it, the way you were sometimes fairly sure of things before you could justify it. But he would take the time first. Hogwarts emerged from the darkness above the lake like something that had always been there and was merely allowing itself to be seen. Harry had expected to be impressed by it, and he was, but not in the simple overwhelmed way he'd expected. He was impressed by its solidity. By the fact that it had existed for 1,000 years and intended to go on existing for 1,000 more, and would do so with or without anyone's permission. He liked things that didn't ask permission. The sorting was fine. The hat's voice in his ear was not what he'd expected, less authoritative, more conversational, like something that had been listening to people for centuries and had genuinely become interested in the exercise. It pressed at the edges of his mind, exploring, and he let it, because there was nothing to hide and a great deal it might find interesting. Difficult, it said, in the silence between his ears. Very difficult. There is courage here, certainly, and loyalty, real loyalty, the kind earned rather than assigned. But what's this? Sharp, aren't you? Very sharp. And driven, not by ambition exactly, more by, yes, I see. Righteous anger, Mr. Potter. A very useful engine, if properly managed. What do you think? Harry thought back. The hat seemed genuinely surprised to be consulted. I think, it said, after a pause, that you'll do the most good somewhere that teaches you to fight. Gryffindor. The table erupted, and he crossed to it and sat down, and Ron slapped him on the back, and Hermione was sorted a few minutes later, the hat on her head for barely a second before it called Gryffindor as if it had already made up its mind, and she sat down beside Harry and immediately opened her notebook to the page she'd been adding to during the train journey. Harry leaned over and saw that she'd already compiled a list of preliminary research questions. He felt something settle in him, quiet and solid. Good, he thought. She's going to be useful, and not in the way he had most often been useful to people, which was as a symbol. She was useful the way tools were useful, precisely, specifically, because of what she could actually do. He looked up the table and found Dumbledore watching him. The headmaster sat at the center of the staff table, tall and silver-haired and smiling with the comfortable benevolence of someone who had arranged the room to their satisfaction. He was watching Harry with an expression of warmth that was entirely genuine. Harry was quite certain of that, and entirely insufficient, which Harry was equally certain of. He met the old man's eyes for a moment. Then he looked away. The letter arrived on a Wednesday morning, 12 days into term. Harry was at breakfast when Hedwig found him, and she was not the only owl. She arrived with 6 other birds simultaneously, a coordinated delivery, all 7 owls descending on the Gryffindor table at once with the controlled theatricality of something choreographed. The table went quiet. Each owl carried a letter sealed in the same deep burgundy wax, embossed with the Gringotts sigil. They fanned out down the table, one to Harry, one to Neville Longbottom, one that skimmed over the Gryffindor table entirely and continued across the Great Hall to the Slytherin table, where it landed in front of Draco Malfoy, who looked at it with the expression of someone who has picked up something unexpectedly hot. Harry opened his. It was a formal notice, the language legalistic, precise, every sentence load-bearing, from the office of the Director of Gringotts, addressed to Harry James Potter, primary account holder, Vault 687 Potter Family Estate. It informed him that the full audit of his account had been completed, that the findings had been submitted to the Gringotts War Council, and that the Council had voted, 14-2, to invoke Article 7 of the Accord of 1347. Below that was a list. The list contained 31 names. Ministry officials, private individuals, one sitting Hogwarts professor. Beside each name was a figure, not the amount they'd received from the Potter estate, but the amount they now owed Gringotts, which was a meaningfully different and significantly larger number, because Goblin financial law assessed compounding interest on undisclosed transactions at a rate that made the original theft look modest. At the bottom, in a different hand from the formal notice, Ragnarok's personal script, Harry recognized it from their meetings, were 4 words. The Council has decided. Harry folded the letter and put it in his robe pocket. Across the Great Hall, he could hear the noise starting to build at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's voice, sharp and rising, saying something to the students around him that made them look up at the staff table. Harry didn't look at the staff table. He looked at Hermione, who was reading over his shoulder with the barely restrained expression of someone trying to process an enormous amount of information at once while maintaining composure. 31, she said quietly. Plus the ones routed through the secondary accounts, Harry said. More like 50 total, if you include everyone who benefited indirectly. What does Article 7 mean? She asked, without looking up from the letter. I haven't gotten to the Accord yet. The library has one book about it and it's in the restricted section, which is a problem. I'll handle the restricted section, Harry said. Article 7, Ragnarok explained it to me. It's a debt declaration. Gringotts formally notifies every person whose name is on that list that they hold an outstanding debt to the bank, and that debt supersedes any other financial obligation they carry. It also, he paused, flags their accounts for restricted access. They can't make withdrawals until the debt is settled. Hermione stared at him. They can't access their vaults. Not freely, no. Some of those people are ministry officials, Harry. If they can't access their accounts, they become very motivated to address the audit findings, Harry said. Yes. She seemed to be wrestling with several responses at once. That's actually very clever. Goblins have been doing this for 9 centuries, Harry said. They're good at leverage. Down the table, Ron was reading his copy of the Gringotts letter with a furrowed brow. Apparently the Weasley family had an indirect connection, some cousin twice removed who'd received a very small disbursement in 1983, which placed them on the outer ring of the secondary accounts. Ron looked up and found Harry looking at him, and the expression on his face was careful and complicated and honest in a way that was characteristic. My family didn't know, Ron said. I know, Harry said. How do you know? Because the payment was 3 galleons, Harry said. If your family knew what they were receiving and why, they'd have sent it back. A pause. Your mum seems like the type. Ron's face did something complicated and grateful and resolved itself into something firmer. Yeah, he said. She really is. The staff table was a different world. Harry watched it from the corner of his eye throughout breakfast, the way the letter had moved, owl by owl, through the Great Hall. One had gone to the staff table. Specifically, it had gone to Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, who had opened it and gone very pale in a manner that even his turban couldn't conceal, and was now speaking in low urgent tones to Professor Snape beside him. Snape had not received a letter. Harry noted that. Snape's name was in the audit, the payments were documented, but Snape had not been included in the War Council's debt declaration list. Which meant either Gringotts considered his account a secondary matter, or someone had made a decision about Severus Snape that Harry didn't yet understand. He filed it under Ask Ragnarok. Dumbledore, at the center of the staff table, had received his letter last, a single large owl, different from the others, an eagle owl that had the bearing of something accustomed to delivering important messages to important people. He had opened it with the unreadable expression of someone who had been preparing for this moment and was now calibrating the gap between preparation and reality. From this distance, Harry couldn't see his expression clearly. But he could see the way Dumbledore set the letter down, very precisely, parallel to the edge of his plate. And he could see the way the old man's eyes moved, slowly, across the great hall to the Gryffindor table. To Harry. Harry looked at his porridge. He wasn't ready for that conversation yet. He needed more of the Accord's legal language, needed to understand what Article 7 enabled and what it constrained, needed to know what leverage Dumbledore thought he had before Harry had to sit across from him and negotiate. Because it was going to be a negotiation. He was certain of that. Whatever Dumbledore's version of warmth and management looked like up close, it was going to be aimed at containment, at getting Harry to agree to some version of let's resolve this quietly before the consequences escalated beyond what the headmaster could manage. And Harry needed to know what he actually had before he sat down at that table. I need the restricted section, he said to Hermione. I said that was a problem, she reminded him. I know. Can you get a teacher to sign a pass? Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone who has principles about proper channels and is currently engaged in the internal debate of when proper channels don't apply. For legitimate research purposes. For research into wizarding inheritance law and the historical legal framework of goblin ministry relations, Harry said. Which is legitimate. Which is also potentially going to be on the OWL curriculum eventually, which makes it legitimately academic. That's a stretch. It's a thesis. She looked at him for a moment. Then she put her notebook in her bag and stood up. Professor McGonagall is the most likely to sign without asking too many questions about the specific text, because she respects academic initiative as a motivation without requiring justification for the specific subject. She paused. That's not a guess, that's an assessment based on 11 days of observation. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm asking you instead of going myself. She looked at him again, the look she'd been giving him intermittently since the train, the one that was recalibrating something. Then she went to find Professor McGonagall. The library was quiet at 7 in the evening, most students being at dinner or in common rooms, and the restricted section was quieter still, a narrow back corridor behind an iron gate with a lock that yielded to Hermione's pass without protest. The books here had a different quality to them, older and more emphatic, several of them moving slightly on the shelves in ways that were presumably intentional and presumably served a purpose that Harry didn't want to think about too hard right now. The Accord of 1347, a historical and legal analysis, occupied half a shelf by itself, 3 volumes, old enough that the covers had gone soft, the spines lettered in gold that had faded to a warm rust. Harry pulled all 3 and took them to the reading table Hermione had already claimed. She had, in the time it had taken him to locate the books, set up what appeared to be a working research station, fresh parchment, 2 quills, an inkwell, a stack of secondary sources she'd pulled from the main library on her way in, and a candle positioned for optimal reading angle. He sat down across from her and felt, for the second time that day, the specific warmth of being around someone who organized the world in ways that were useful to you. Volume 2 has the specific articles, she said, without looking up from the book she was already reading. I skimmed while you were getting the others. Article 7 is on page 219. He opened Volume 2 to page 219. Article 7 was dense and archaic in its language, written in the legal English of the mid-14th century, but the core was clear enough. When Gringotts formally identified a violation of the Accord's terms, specifically, the fraudulent disbursement of funds held in trust for a minor, the institution was empowered to call the debt of the violation publicly and without ministry mediation, to restrict all accounts associated with the violation, and to pursue recovery by any means consistent with Goblin custom and law. Any means consistent with Goblin custom and law. Harry underlined that. Then he turned to the appendix, which listed the historical instances in which Article 7 had been invoked. There were 4. The most recent was 1689. The consequences in each case had ranged from significant financial disruption to, in the 1412 case, what the author described with careful academic understatement as a period of significant civil unrest lasting approximately 18 months. Hermione, he said. I'm reading about Goblin war doctrine, she said. It's, Harry, they have a concept of institutional warfare that's completely unlike wizard military theory. They don't fight for territory. They fight for debt settlement. Every military action is legally framed as a step in a debt recovery process. So when they say war, they mean a legally authorized debt collection process that may involve violence, she said. She paused. It's actually quite consistent. The whole framework is internally coherent. The ministry is going to try to call it terrorism, Harry said. Of course it is. Because the ministry's legal framework doesn't have a category for a non-human institution declaring a legitimate financial grievance and pursuing it through force. She looked up at him then, and her expression had that quality it sometimes got, the look of someone who has followed an argument to its logical conclusion and is standing at the edge of it. Harry. What is Dumbledore going to do? Harry had been thinking about that since breakfast. He's going to try to talk to me, he said. He's going to frame it as concern. He'll have an explanation ready, something about the war, about needing resources, about my parents making provisions he was entrusted to manage. He turned a page without reading it. And some of it will probably be true. That's the difficult part. There probably was a war. There probably was a need. The Order of the Phoenix probably did important work. But that doesn't make it legal, Hermione said. No. And it doesn't make it right that nobody asked me. He looked at her across the table. I'm not a war fund. I'm a person. Hermione said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, what do you actually want from this? Like, the outcome. What does good look like? It was a better question than most adults had thought to ask him. He appreciated that she'd gone straight to it. I want the money accounted for, he said. I want to know where every galleon went and why. I want it documented publicly, so it can't be buried. And I want, he stopped for a moment, finding the edges of it, the part that was harder to say out loud, I want someone to be held responsible. Not for the money. For the choice. For leaving an 11-year-old in a cupboard under the stairs while managing his inheritance from a comfortable office in a school. His voice was steady. That's not anger. It's a statement of what's owed. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Okay, she said. Then she turned back to her book. Then we need to understand exactly what Gringotts can legally do, and what the limits are, and where the ministry can push back. Because if this escalates without you understanding the legal terrain, you'll lose control of the narrative. Agreed. Also, she said, and her voice had shifted slightly, a degree of carefulness, the way someone sounds when they're about to say something they're not entirely certain they have the right to say, also, I want you to know that I think you should be angry. I know you said it's not anger. But I think it would be okay if it was. Harry looked at her. It would be very okay, she said, and went back to her book. He looked at page 219 for a moment. Then he went back to reading, and they worked in the quiet of the restricted section until the library closed, and Hermione's notes filled 4 full pages of her notebook, and Harry's understanding of the legal geography of goblin-wizard relations had become detailed enough to be genuinely useful. Dumbledore came to find him the next morning. Not during breakfast, Harry had half expected it then, the summons via a professor or a note with the headmaster's seal. But Dumbledore was more careful than that. He appeared instead at the corridor outside the Transfiguration classroom before first period, apparently coincidentally, which was obviously not coincidental, and fell into step beside Harry in the way of someone who was very good at making an approach look casual. "Harry," he said, with the warmth of someone who had been practicing warmth for decades. "I wonder if you might spare a few minutes after dinner this evening. I find myself wanting to have a conversation that's been too long in coming." Harry looked up at him. This close, Dumbledore was more complicated than he'd seemed from across the Great Hall. The eyes that everyone described as twinkling were also, if you looked properly, sharp enough to be uncomfortable. There was nothing soft about Albus Dumbledore except the presentation of him. "I have researched tonight," Harry said. "I'm trying to get ahead on some of the legal history material." "Of course," Dumbledore said easily. "Tomorrow, perhaps, or this weekend. I'm quite at your disposal." Harry noted the offer of availability. "I am at your disposal, not the other way around." Tactical. "Sure," he said. "This weekend sounds fine. Saturday, after lunch?" "Perfect," Dumbledore said. And then, before Harry could move on, "I imagine it's been quite a week, with the letters from Gringotts." "It's been busy, yes," Harry said. "Things will make more sense, I think, once we've had the chance to sit down and talk through the context," Dumbledore said, and the brief pause before context was interesting. "There are aspects of your family's history, and of the period following your parents' deaths, that I should have explained much sooner. I regret that." He sounded like he meant it. Harry was fairly certain he did mean it, or rather, that Dumbledore genuinely believed he should have managed the information flow better. That wasn't quite the same as regretting the choices themselves, but the distinction probably wasn't going to announce itself in the corridor outside Transfiguration. "I look forward to the conversation," Harry said, and let himself be carried along by the stream of students into the classroom. The incident in the Charms corridor happened on Friday afternoon. Harry was coming from the library when he heard it, Draco Malfoy's voice, carrying the specific quality of someone who was used to having an audience and making use of them. He was in the corridor that ran alongside the courtyard, and with him were Crabbe and Goyle, and across from him, pressed back against the wall, was Neville Longbottom, who had the expression of someone trying to appear smaller than he was. Malfoy was holding something, a small glass ball, the Remembrall Neville had been carrying since the train. "Apparently this lights up when you've forgotten something," Malfoy was saying. "I wonder what it's reminding poor Longbottom of. Did you forget how to have a spine?" Harry was past the corner before he'd consciously decided to stop. "Give it back," he said. Malfoy turned to look at him. Something moved across his face, an assessment, recalibration, the specific recalibration of someone who had spent 11 years learning how to read the social positioning of every person in any room and was now encountering someone who wasn't filing in the way they were supposed to. Harry Potter was supposed to be grateful, confused, manageable. The boy standing in front of him now was none of those things. "Potter," Malfoy said. "I heard about your letter from Gringotts. Half the ministry is apparently having a very bad week." A smile that was mostly challenge. "My father says it'll blow over. He says Dumbledore will handle it." "Is that what he said?" Harry said. "He said the Goblins have tried this before. They always back down." "Interesting." Harry looked at Malfoy's hand, then back at his face. The Remembrall. Something in Malfoy's expression wanted to escalate, and something else in it, some newer, more cautious calculation, decided against it. He dropped the Remembrall. Not threw it, not handed it over, dropped it from chest height, a gesture designed to split the difference between concession and contempt. Neville caught it. Harry looked at Malfoy for a moment longer. "Tell your father I hope the week improves," he said, and meant it in the precise way that made it not entirely a pleasantry. He went back to the library. Neville fell into step beside him, not following, exactly, just going the same direction. You didn't have to do that, Neville said. I know, Harry said. They walked in silence for a moment. My gran got a letter too, Neville said. She said she didn't know anything about it. Some disbursement in 1984 to an account connected to my trust. He paused, and his voice was careful in the way of someone managing something. My parents they're at St. Mungo's. They've been there since 1981. My gran manages their accounts. He paused. She'd never have taken money that wasn't supposed to come to us. She'd never, it must have been mislabeled or misrouted or, I believe you, Harry said. And her? Neville looked at him sideways. Why? Because Dumbledore is very good at making things look like something else, Harry said. The mislabeling isn't an accident. It's designed to make everyone involved feel like they should be grateful rather than suspicious. Neville was quiet for a long stretch of corridor. Then, what's going to happen? Harry thought about Ragnarok's amber eyes. About the War Council's 14-2 vote. About any means consistent with Goblin custom and law. I don't know exactly, he said, honestly. But it's going to be significant. Saturday's meeting with Dumbledore was in the headmaster's office, which was circular and full of quietly whirring instruments and portraits of previous headmasters who were, Harry noted, doing a terrible job of pretending to be asleep. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his hands folded and his eyes doing the complicated thing they did, warm and sharp, simultaneously, in a way that Harry found impressive rather than reassuring, the way you admired the engineering of something designed to work against you. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his perch and looked at Harry with round, orange eyes and made a soft sound like a question. Harry, Dumbledore said. Thank you for coming. I want to begin by telling you that I'm sorry. I should have told you, long before now, about your parents, about your family's history, about the circumstances of the years following their deaths. Yes, Harry agreed. You should have. A brief pause, Dumbledore registering that Harry had not filled the silence with the reassurance that it was fine, that he understood, that they could move past it. The money that was disbursed from your family's estate, Dumbledore continued, went to fund the ongoing work of protecting this country from a threat that, as you know, was not fully resolved in 1981. His voice was measured. The Order of the Phoenix was, and I believe still is, a necessary institution. In the years after your parents died, with the ministry in disarray and the threat of the Dark Lord's return a genuine possibility, I made a decision to use available resources to ensure that we were prepared. Available resources, Harry said. I know how that sounds. Do you? Harry said, and there was no heat in it, only the even quality of someone who has already processed the anger and is now operating in the space on the other side of it. Do you know what those resources are, specifically? Because I've read the audit, and the full accounting, and I'd be very interested to know what available resources looked like in November of 1981, when the first withdrawal was made. 43 days after my parents died. Dumbledore's expression did something. It was subtle, a very small movement in the composure, the way a very well-built wall responds to a larger-than-expected impact. The timing was, I lived in a cupboard, Harry said. For 10 years. And I understand that there was a war, and I understand that the war needed funding, and I understand that you may genuinely have believed that you were acting in the best interest of the wizarding world. A pause. I'm asking you to understand that none of that addresses the specific fact that I lived in a cupboard for 10 years while 9 million galleons sat in your personal discretionary account. The room was very quiet. One of the portrait headmasters who had been pretending to sleep appeared to have given up the pretense. The Gringotts War Council, Dumbledore said, after a moment, has made a decision that will have consequences far beyond your personal situation, Harry. The invoking of Article 7, I know, Harry said. You approved it? I commissioned the audit. I consented to Gringotts protocols. I didn't tell them what the War Council should decide, that's their institution and their authority. But I'm not going to pretend I'm surprised by what they decided. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. For a moment, something in the old man's eyes shifted away from the management register entirely and became something rawer, something that was, Harry thought, genuinely close to grief. Not guilt. Not quite. But grief, the real kind, complicated by the conviction that his choices had been correct. "You are very much like your mother," Dumbledore said quietly. "Tell me something I can use," Harry said. "Not about my mother. About what's coming. What does the Ministry do when Gringotts invokes Article 7? What's their response going to be?" Dumbledore's expression resolved back into the controlled register. He looked at Harry for a moment longer, and Harry had the impression of someone recalibrating the entire approach, shifting from management to something more like negotiation. Something, perhaps, more honest. "Cornelius Fudge," Dumbledore said slowly, "will panic. He will attempt to declare the debt notices illegal under Ministry financial regulations. The Gringotts legal team will demonstrate that the Accord supersedes those regulations, and Fudge will then attempt to force a Ministry audit of Gringotts itself, which will be inadvisable." A pause. "And then, most likely, someone will do something rash, and the situation will become violent. And the Ministry will blame the Goblins for the violence." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "That is historically the pattern." Harry looked at the old man across his great desk, in his office full of whirring silver things, and thought about the gap between knowing a pattern and refusing to participate in it. "Then I need to speak publicly before that happens," Harry said. "Before Fudge makes his move. Before the narrative gets set." Dumbledore's eyes were very sharp now. "What are you contemplating?" "The right of heir's testimony," Harry said, and watched something move across Dumbledore's face that was unmistakably, despite everything, the expression of someone who has underestimated a situation. "Where did you learn about that?" Dumbledore asked, and his voice was very careful. "The restricted section," Harry said. "Volume 2 of the Accord texts." He stood up. "Thank you for the conversation, Professor." He walked to the door. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice stopped him, not with authority but with something more difficult, with the quality of genuine care, the kind that was real and insufficient at the same time. "Whatever you think of my choices, I do want you to be safe. That has always been true." Harry stood at the door with his back to the headmaster. "I know," he said. "That's the part that makes it complicated." He went out into the corridor, and the door closed behind him, and somewhere far below the castle the lake was dark and the grounds were quiet, and across London, in the marble halls of Gringotts, 14 goblins who had voted for war were sharpening something that had been waiting a very long time to be useful. Chapter 3. The First Blood. The Owl arrived at breakfast on Monday with a copy of the Daily Prophet, and Harry watched the Great Hall's reaction to the front page the way you watched a fire catch, slowly, then all at once. Gringotts declares Ministry in violation of 1347 Accord, account restrictions imposed on 31 wizarding officials. The subheading read, Potter Estate Audit reveals decade-long disbursement scheme. Ministry denies wrongdoing. Rita Skeeter had the byline. Harry had not known who Rita Skeeter was 3 weeks ago. He had since read enough of her work in the Prophet's archives to understand that she was the kind of journalist who made institutions deeply uncomfortable, not because she was always accurate, but because she was always loud, and in this particular case she happened to also be accurate, which made her significantly more dangerous than usual. The article was thorough. More thorough than Harry had expected, given how recently the audit had been completed, which meant Gringotts had given Skeeter access, deliberately, precisely, as a mechanism of public pressure. He found himself appreciating the institution's understanding of information as a weapon. The paragraph that caused the most visible disturbance across the Great Hall was the third one, which listed, in full, the names of the 17 primary account recipients. Not the secondary network, presumably held in reserve for subsequent articles, just the primary 17. Ministry officials, prominent families, one sitting Hogwarts professor. Harry watched Quirrell read his name in print and go the color of old chalk. He watched Draco Malfoy's face across the hall, where the Slytherin table had gone suddenly, intensely quiet. Lucius Malfoy was not one of the 17, his connection was through the secondary network, more insulated, but the Malfoy family name appeared 3 paragraphs later in context that was not flattering. He watched Dumbledore fold the newspaper once, precisely, set it beside his plate, and continue eating his breakfast as though he was made of something that weathered events without being altered by them. Which perhaps he was. Harry wasn't sure whether to find it impressive or enraging, and settled, after a moment, on both. "Half of Slytherin table has gone green," Ron said, craning his neck. "Ron," Hermione said, without looking up from her own copy of the paper. "I'm just observing." "Observe more quietly," she said, and turned a page. Harry ate his toast and read the article a second time, more slowly, flagging the places where Skeeter had editorialized versus reported. The distinction mattered, because the editorial sections were where facts went soft, and soft facts were the ones the Ministry would attack first. But the core was solid. 47 million Galleons. 31 names. The Accord invoked. All of it documented. Hermione turned the paper over and pointed to a small boxed article at the bottom of the front page. Ministry announces emergency review of goblin banking regulations. Minister Fudge, we will not be held hostage by financial terrorism. There it is, Harry said. Financial terrorism, Hermione said, in the tone she used when a word had been deployed inaccurately. He's calling a formal legal debt notice financial terrorism. I know. That's not what terrorism means. I know, Hermione. It's deliberately inflammatory language designed to reframe a legal process as a security threat so the Ministry can respond with force rather than law. She looked at him. He's going to send Aurors to Gringotts. Yes, Harry said. Probably soon. She looked at the article for a moment. Are the goblins prepared for that? Harry thought about Ragnarok. About the War Council. About 14 votes and the quiet certainty of an institution that had been waiting for this for centuries. Yes, he said. I think they probably are. He went to Diagon Alley on Saturday. Professor McGonagall, when he'd asked permission for a weekend visit to Gringotts on account of ongoing estate matters, had looked at him with the sharp, measuring expression she used when something didn't quite fit the category she expected it to, and then had written him a pass without comment. He suspected she'd read the Prophet article twice. The alley was different. He noticed it as soon as he stepped through the leaky cauldron's back door, a quality of tension that the color and noise hadn't left, exactly, but were now operating on top of. Shop owners standing in their doorways watching the street. Clusters of witches and wizards talking in low voices that paused when he walked past. A Ministry notice board beside Gringotts steps, new, erected recently enough that the brackets were still shiny, announcing the emergency review of goblin banking regulations and requesting all customers with active Gringotts accounts report any irregularities in service. Harry read the notice board on his way past and thought about the word irregularities. The 2 Aurors standing at the bottom of Gringotts steps were more interesting. They were positioned with the specific self-conscious casualness of people trying to look like they weren't standing guard, which meant they were absolutely standing guard. Red robes, both of them, wands at their belts, watching the doors of Gringotts with the attentive expression of people who'd been told to maintain a presence without having been told what to do if the presence was challenged. Harry walked past them, up the marble steps, and through the doors. Inside was normal. Deliberately, precisely normal, the scratching quills, the clink of coins, the goblins at their high counters conducting business with the focused efficiency of an institution that was not going to alter its operations because 2 nervous Aurors were standing on its doorstep. But there were more goblins visible than Harry remembered from his first visit. Stationed near the walls. Watching. Griphook appeared at his elbow within 30 seconds of his arrival. Mr. Potter. The director is expecting you. He knew I was coming. He knew, Griphook said simply, that you would come. Ragnar's office was deeper in the bank than Harry had been before, reached through a series of corridors that descended gradually, past rooms whose doors were old iron and whose purposes were not explained, to a room that was large and stone and lit by lanterns that burned a deep, steady amber. Maps covered one wall entirely. Not maps of countries, exactly, maps of something more granular, Harry thought. Lines of connection. Networks. The geography of debt and obligation. Ragnar was standing at the maps when Harry entered, tracing a line with one finger in the distracted way of someone thinking through several things at once. He turned when Harry came in. "You've read the article," Ragnar said. "Yes." "Did you give Skeeter the information?" "We provided her with documented facts and permitted her to publish them. She required no encouragement." He moved to the table, which had a large set of documents arranged on it, not for Harry to read, Harry sensed, but evidence of the work that had been going on. "The ministry has responded faster than I expected. The orders on the steps. That, and this." Ragnar handed him a document, ministry letterhead, the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was an official notice ordering Gringotts to suspend the Article 7 debt declarations pending a ministry review of their legality under current financial regulations. Harry read it twice. Can they do that? Legally? Under ministry law, perhaps. Under the Accord, absolutely not. Ragnar's voice was even. The Accord explicitly precludes ministry interference in goblin debt recovery processes. We sent our legal response this morning. The ministry's position is that the Accord's provisions are subordinate to current parliamentary financial regulation. Our position is that the Accord predates the ministry by 3 centuries and no subsequent legislation supersedes it. Who adjudicates that disagreement? Historically, the Wiesengemot, Ragnar said. Which creates a conflict of interest given that the chief warlock of the Wiesengemot is a named party in the dispute. Harry looked at the map wall. At the lines of connection radiating outward from a central point. "You knew this would happen," he said. "When you invoked Article 7. You knew the ministry would try to challenge it." "Of course," Ragnar said. "So the challenge itself is part of the plan." Ragnar looked at him with those amber eyes and said nothing for a moment. "Then, every escalation the ministry initiates strengthens our legal standing under the Accord. The Accord was written to govern exactly this scenario, a ministry that attempts to obstruct goblin legal process. Each interference is itself a violation, which compounds the original debt." "They're building your case for you," Harry said. "They have been building it since Thursday morning," Ragnar said, when Minister Fudge used the phrase, financial terrorism, in a public statement. Harry looked at the map. "What happens when they try to force entry?" "Because they will." The silence that followed had a quality of weight to it, not reluctance, but the deliberate pause of someone who is deciding how much of a thing to show. "Then the War Council's second resolution becomes active," Ragnar said. "The first was Article 7, the debt declaration. The second is the mobilization clause. It permits the deployment of Gringotts' protective forces within our operational territory, which includes the entirety of Diagon Alley, by right of property ownership and the original charter granted by the Crown in 1378. Gringotts owns Diagon Alley?" "Gringotts owns the land beneath Diagon Alley," Ragnar said. "The buildings above have changed hands many times. The ground has not." Harry looked at him for a moment. Then, despite everything, something in him found the sheer architectural patience of that amusing, 9 centuries of land ownership, maintained specifically against the possibility of exactly this situation. "That's very thorough," he said. "We have had 9 centuries to be thorough," Ragnar said, without the faintest trace of humor, though something in his eyes acknowledged that Harry had found it. He was on his way out of Gringotts, through the main hall, past the counters, toward the great bronze doors, when he heard it. Not shouting, exactly. Something worse, the specific quality of voices being raised in the controlled way of people who are trying to remain professional while a situation is degrading rapidly. He reached the doors and pushed them open to find that the 2 aurors from the steps had become 6, and that the 6 were arrayed across the top of the steps in a formation that was not casual at all, and that facing them from the landing just inside the doors were 4 goblins in armor that Harry had not seen before. Goblin armor was not decorative. It was narrow and functional and dark, layered in a way that suggested it had been designed by people who thought very practically about where a blade would go, and the goblins wearing it were very still in the way of people who were not still because they were calm but still because they were waiting. The auror at the front of the formation was a heavy-set witch with close-cropped hair and the jaw-set expression of someone who had been given an order she found professionally uncomfortable. She was holding a ministry warrant. Harry could see the red seal from the top of the steps. "This is an official ministry order," she was saying, loudly enough to be heard by the growing cluster of people on the street below. "By authority of the Minister for Magic under Emergency Regulation 14, the warrant is void under Section 9 of the Accord of 1347, one of the armored goblins said, in a voice like gravel under pressure. "This bank operates under independent charter. Ministry warrants have no jurisdiction within these walls. That's for a legal tribunal to determine, not for you. We have had 900 years of legal tribunals determine it," the goblin said. "The determination has been consistent." Diagon Alley had gone very quiet. The shop owners were no longer in their doorways, they'd come out to the street. The cluster of bystanders was 30 people, 40, more arriving from both ends of the alley, drawn by the quality of silence that descends on a crowd when it understands that something real is about to happen. Harry stood on the top step, between the aurors and the goblins, which was not where he'd intended to be. The auror noticed him. Her eyes flickered to his scar with the automatic recognition and then away, and Harry watched her recalibrate. The presence of Harry Potter in this specific location at this specific moment was a complication that her orders had not covered. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice had shifted into something more careful. "I'd advise you to step clear of the entrance." "I have legitimate business at Gringotts," Harry said. "I'm the account holder whose estate is the subject of the audit. I'd like to understand what authority this warrant cites." "This is a ministry matter, it's my matter," Harry said, and his voice was mild and clear and carried to the street below without effort. "The audit was initiated on my behalf. The Article 7 declaration covers my estate. If the ministry is here to challenge that process, I think I'm an interested party." Down on the street, the crowd had gone very still. The auror looked at him, a quick, assessing look that landed on something more complicated than a child, and she knew it, and it showed. She looked back at her warrant. She looked at the armored goblins. She looked at the crowd. "We're not here to challenge the audit," she said, after a moment. "The warrant authorizes a ministry observer to be present during all Gringotts operations related to ministry-affiliated accounts, pending the outcome of the legal review." "An observer," the lead goblin said. "Inside Gringotts." "In a designated observation capacity, no," the goblin said. The auror's hand moved toward her wand. It was a small movement, automatic, the reflex of someone trained to respond to resistance in a particular way. Not a drawn wand, not yet, but the intention of one. Harry watched it happen and felt the moment compress. "Auror," he said clearly. "If that wand comes out, whatever happens next is going to be on the front page of the Prophet tomorrow morning. And given that the Prophet is currently running a story about the ministry attempting to obstruct a legal goblin debt recovery process, I'd suggest thinking carefully about what the headline looks like." The hand stopped. The crowd on the street was completely silent. 20 seconds passed, which is a very long time when you're standing in it. The lead auror lowered her hand. "We'll be in contact with the ministry legal office," she said, and her voice had the flat quality of someone reading from a script that no longer fit the scene. "This isn't over." "Of course not," Harry said. "But it's over for today." The 6 aurors descended the steps. The crowd parted for them and then closed back together, and the noise started again, low, buzzing, the specific sound of people who have just witnessed something and are trying to decide what they saw. Harry stood on the step for a moment. Then he turned back to the goblin guards. The lead goblin was looking at him with an expression that was not gratitude. Goblins, Harry was learning, did not traffic in gratitude the way wizards did, but was something he would come to recognize as close to respect. Not freely given. Not performed. Just the honest acknowledgement of someone who has assessed a situation and found you adequate to it. You should come back inside, Mr. Potter, the goblin said. Harry went back inside. Ragnarok was waiting for him, which meant Ragnarok had been watching, which meant there were things about this building that Harry still didn't know. That was well handled, Ragnarok said. I got lucky with the crowd, Harry said. If it had been a quiet morning, it was not a quiet morning, Ragnarok said, and the tone suggested that quiet mornings in Diagon Alley were not the default right now. And you did not rely on luck. You identified the Auror's liability, the public witness, and you used it. That is not luck. Harry sat down. He felt the adrenaline evening out and made himself breathe through it steadily, the way he'd learned to do when things in the Dursleys' house escalated and he needed to be calm faster than fear wanted to allow. How long before they try again? He asked. 3 days, Ragnarok said. Perhaps 4. Fudge needs the legal opinion from his office, and his legal office is staffed by people who are not eager to write the opinion he wants, because they know the Accord history. He paused. Mr. Potter. You said you were considering the right of heirs testimony. Yes. I want to be direct with you about what that looks like in practice. You are 11 years old. The Wizengamot is composed of 50 people, most of whom are either named in the audit or are personally and politically connected to people who are. Invoking the right requires you to stand before them and deliver testimony that they are institutionally motivated to reject. I know. And afterward, Ragnarok continued, regardless of what the Wizengamot decides, the ministry will attempt to limit the damage. Some members will cooperate with the legal findings. Others will attempt to bury them. Fudge will, almost certainly, try to discredit you personally. He'll say I'm too young to understand what I found, Harry said. That I was manipulated by Gringotts. That I'm being used. Yes. Harry looked at the maps on the wall. The lines of connection. The network of debt. And the answer to that is that I make sure I understand it well enough that no one can successfully argue I don't. He turned back to Ragnarok. Which I do. I've spent 3 weeks in the restricted section. I know the Accord. I know the audit. I know the disbursement records. He paused. I'm also going to bring someone with me. Ragnarok waited. Hermione Granger, Harry said. She's the Muggle-born girl you've been researching with. Harry processed, for a brief moment, the fact that Ragnarok knew this. She's the best researcher I've ever met. She's 12 years old in December, and if I walk into the Wizengamot with a Muggle-born witch standing beside me, the ministry is going to have to work twice as hard to paint the testimony as a goblin operation rather than a genuine grievance. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. You've considered this carefully. I've had 3 weeks in a cupboard and then 3 weeks in a library, Harry said. Thinking carefully is what I do when I'm not doing other things. Have you asked her? Not yet. A pause. I wanted to understand what I was asking her into first. Ragnarok made a small sound that was not quite agreement and not quite anything else, the sound, Harry thought, of someone updating an assessment. There are 2 things the ministry will try, Ragnarok said. The first is delay. They will contest the right's procedural requirements, argue the timeline, push hearings back until the political situation has had time to settle. The second is theater. They will make the testimony so publicly uncomfortable that the story becomes the discomfort rather than the content. So we need the testimony to be undeniable, Harry said. The content so airtight that attacking me personally doesn't reduce its legal standing. And you need the press there, Ragnarok said. Skeeter and others. The Wisengamot hearings are technically public record, but public access is limited. If the testimony goes into a closed session, it disappears, Harry said. Effectively. Harry thought for a moment. Can Gringotts guarantee press access? Formally? As a party to the proceedings? Ragnarok looked at him with those amber eyes, and this time the expression on the old goblin's face was something Harry had not seen from him before, something that was, if not warmth, then its functional equivalent in a different emotional language. Yes, Ragnarok said. We can. Then I think we're ready to file, Harry said. He got back to Hogwarts in the early evening, with the castle lit against the darkening sky and the grounds full of the ordinary sounds of students making their way in from the last of the afternoon. He found Hermione in the library. She was always in the library at this hour, which was reliable in the way that very few things in Harry's life had ever been reliable, and she looked up when he came in and read his face immediately in the way she'd been getting better at all term. Something happened, she said. Several things, he said, and sat down across from her and told her about the Aurors and the warrant and the crowd and the compressed 20 seconds on the steps. She listened without interrupting, which was one of the things about her that he valued most, because she was a person full of things to say, and the discipline to hold them until the full picture was available was something she'd clearly worked at. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. You stopped them, she said. I delayed them, he said. There's a difference. It was brave, she said, in the particular way she said things she considered important facts rather than compliments, delivered directly, without softening, because she thought softening accurate information was a waste of time. It was strategic, he said. Which felt like the same thing in the moment. He paused. Hermione. I need to ask you something, and I want you to say no if you mean no. I'm not asking because I need you. I mean, I do need you, but that's not the reason to say yes. She looked at him carefully. Ask. I'm going to invoke the right of heirs testimony before the Wisengamot. I want to do it in the next 2 weeks, before Fudge gets his legal opinion and starts throwing procedural obstacles. I want you to come with me. She was quiet for a moment. Not as support, he said. You'd be a witness. Hermione Granger, 11 years old, Muggle-born, Hogwarts student. Your presence complicates the Ministry's narrative about who's driving this. It also means, he stopped, and this was the part he wanted to say cleanly, it means your name gets attached to it. Publicly. And some of the people whose names are in the audit have children at this school. Hermione looked at him for a long time. Outside the library windows, the sky had gone deep blue and the first stars were appearing. You're telling me there are consequences, she said. Yes. Significant ones. Potentially. She looked back down at her notes. Not avoiding, thinking. He watched her work through it, which was always a visible process with Hermione, not because she was transparent but because she thought with her whole face. Can I read the audit? She said. I have a copy in my trunk. Can I read the full audit, she said, and then tell you tomorrow? Yes, he said. Absolutely yes. He got the audit from his dormitory and brought it back to her, and she read every page of it with her hands flat on the table and her expression going through several precise iterations, academic interest, which was her baseline, then something sharper and less comfortable, then something that sat back behind her eyes and stayed there for the rest of the evening. She didn't comment on what she was reading. She just read. When she finished, she closed the 43 pages carefully and set the document on the table between them. Okay, she said. Yes. You're sure? I said yes, Harry. She pulled her notebook toward her. Now tell me the procedural requirements for invoking the right. Specifically. I want to understand what we're filing and in what order. He told her, and she wrote it down, and they worked until the library closed, and when they walked back to Gryffindor Tower through the dark castle corridors, Hermione said, without preamble, the cupboard under the stairs. Was that your whole childhood? Mostly, he said. She didn't say anything else. She didn't have to. It happened on Tuesday. Harry didn't know it was coming, not specifically, not that morning at breakfast, though he'd known in the broader sense that something was building toward a point. What he knew about Tuesday was that it was raining, the grounds were grey and waterlogged, and defense against the dark arts with Quirrell was third period, which was always slightly strange, the professor delivering his material in a stuttering, meandering way that Harry was increasingly convinced had more to do with what was living under Quirrell's turban than with any genuine nerves. What he learned on Tuesday at 11:45 in the morning was that Fudge had gotten his legal opinion. The message arrived at the ministry at 11:10, according to the account Harry pieced together later. By 11:20, Fudge had signed a new warrant, not an observation warrant this time, but an emergency seizure order, authorizing ministry officials to confiscate Gringotts' internal audit records pertaining to the Potter estate on grounds that they constituted evidence in a ministry investigation. The Goblins received the warrant at 11:30. They rejected it at 11:31. By 11:45, 12 Aurors were assembled at the bottom of Gringotts steps in Diagon Alley, and this time they were not pretending to be casual. Harry wasn't there for the beginning. He was in charms when Ron elbowed him and wordlessly pushed a small piece of folded parchment across the desk, a note, written in Hagrid's enormous, rolling handwriting. "Harry, something's happening at Gringotts. Thought you'd want to know. Don't do anything mad." He looked at the note. He looked at the rain against the window. He looked at Professor Flitwick, who was demonstrating Wingardium Leviosa with the earnest delight of someone who had never stopped finding his subject genuinely wonderful. He made a decision. He put his hand up. "Professor? I'm not feeling well. May I be excused?" He was in Diagon Alley 17 minutes later. He'd brought Ron. That hadn't entirely been the plan. Ron had seen the note, understood from Harry's expression what was happening, and had stood up and said, simply, "I'm coming," in the tone he used when he decided something and didn't require agreement, which was the tone of all 5 of his older brothers condensed into one person. Harry had not argued because there wasn't time and also because Ron was large for 11 and tended to create a physical sense of presence that was occasionally useful. Hermione was going to be furious. The scene at Gringotts was worse than Saturday. The Auror formation had spread across the full width of the alley's upper street, blocking access to the bank. 3 of them had their wands drawn, not aimed, just out, the message of that carrying clearly. The doors of Gringotts were closed, which Harry had never seen before. The goblin guards were stationed on the steps behind the doors, visible through the glass, and there were more of them now, 8, 10, all armored, and in their hands were weapons that were not wands. The weapons were short, curved, dark-bladed, elegant and very clearly functional. The Auror in charge this time was different from Saturday's witch, a tall wizard, sharp-faced, with the specific energy of someone who had been told to get this done and had brought enough force to make refusal costly. He was standing at the base of the steps with the emergency seizure order in his hand, speaking through the closed doors in the carrying voice of someone who expected to be obeyed. Final notice before we proceed with forced entry under Emergency Provision 7 of the Ministry's Magical Security Regulations. The doors opened. Not all the way, just enough to allow 2 goblins to step out, and these 2 were not the standard guards. They were older, wearing the burgundy sash of senior officers, and one of them was speaking in a language Harry recognized as gobbledygook, not to the Aurors, but into a small communication device, quietly, with the focused quality of someone coordinating. "My name is Senior Warden Grash," the nearer goblin said, to the Auror in charge. "The document you are carrying is not valid under the terms of our operating charter. You do not have authority to seize Gringotts records. Under emergency provision, your emergency provisions," Grash said, in a voice like a blade being drawn, "do not govern this institution." The Auror in charge looked at his wand. He looked at the 12 Aurors behind him. He looked at the crowd that had gathered in the alley, larger than Saturday's, much larger. 50 or 60 people pressed back against the shops, and Harry noticed with a kind of grim recognition that some of them were watching with the hungry attention of people who wanted this to escalate rather than people who were frightened of it. Harry pushed through the crowd to the front. Ron stayed close behind him. Harry could feel him there, solid and present. "Auror," Harry called, from the edge of the cleared space. The heads turned. All of them, the Aurors and the Goblins and the crowd, the specific pivot of people who have heard a voice from an unexpected direction and are reassessing the composition of the scene. The Auror in charge looked at Harry, and Harry watched him process it, the scar, the age, the school robes, the fact that this was a very inconvenient person to have appear in a very conspicuous place at a very loaded moment. "Mr. Potter," he said, with careful neutrality. "What's the basis of the seizure order?" Harry asked, walking forward into the cleared space. Not aggressively, calmly, the way you crossed a room in a conversation. "That's a ministry matter, the materials being seized relate to my estate," Harry said. "I'm an interested party." "What is the legal basis?" The Auror hesitated. In that hesitation, Harry heard everything he needed to. "Emergency Provision 7, he said. "Does Emergency Provision 7 supersede the Accord of 1347 in a situation where the Gringotts War Council has already invoked Article 7? The Ministry's legal office has determined. Has the legal office published their opinion? Because if it's been published I'd like to read it, and if it hasn't, then this warrant was issued on the basis of an unpublished and untested legal determination, which means its validity hasn't been established." He looked at the seizure order in the Auror's hand. "I'd like to see the warrant, please." The crowd was very quiet. The Auror in charge was looking at him with an expression that was cycling through several things: frustration, calculation, professional discomfort, and underneath all of it, something that Harry recognized as the look of a person who has been put in a position by someone else and is now the visible face of consequences they didn't choose. He handed over the warrant. Harry read it carefully. It took 2 minutes. The crowd waited. He handed it back. "The warrant cites Emergency Provision 7 and references the Ministry Financial Regulation of 1968, Harry said, and his voice was carrying clearly. He made sure of that, speaking to the crowd as much as the Aurors, because the crowd was the point right now. "The 1968 regulation governs domestic wizarding financial institutions. Gringotts is not a domestic wizarding financial institution. It is an independent institution operating under a pre-ministry charter. The warrant's legal foundation doesn't apply." He paused. "I'm going to invoke the right of heirs testimony before the Wisengamot. The audit documents are evidence in that proceeding. Seizing them before the proceeding occurs is destruction of evidence in a Wisengamot case, which is a separate and more serious problem." The Auror in charge was very still. "I'd recommend returning to the ministry," Harry said, "and telling Minister Fudge that I will be filing the right of heirs testimony this week, and that the audit records will be presented in that proceeding under Wisengamot protection. If the ministry wants access to those records, they can request them through the proper channel." He paused, letting it land. "Which is the Wisengamot?" Ron, behind Harry, let out a breath that was not quite a laugh. The goblins on the steps were watching Harry with an expression he couldn't fully read, and he could usually read something, but the senior warden's hand had moved away from whatever was at his belt, which felt like meaningful information. The Auror in charge looked at his warrant. At the crowd. At Harry. At the closed doors of Gringotts behind the goblin guards. He was doing the same calculation Harry had watched the Saturday Auror do, and arriving at the same place, and this time the additional weight of Harry's public statement about evidence in a Wisengamot case was tipping the balance faster. "We're withdrawing temporarily," the Auror said, loudly enough for the crowd but directing it at Warden Grash. "Pending review of the warrant's legal basis." "Of course," Grash said, with the courtesy of someone returning a served ball. The Aurors lowered their wands. Turned. Walked back down the alley in a formation that was still professional but had the specific energy of retreat dressed as strategy. The crowd exhaled. Harry stood in the cleared space and watched them go. Beside him, Ron was doing something complicated with his expression that eventually resolved into a grin he was clearly trying to suppress because he seemed to feel this wasn't the moment. That, Ron said quietly, was, "Don't," Harry said. "It worked today. Fudge is going to be angrier tomorrow. Still. We need to file the right of testimony this week," Harry said. "Before Fudge rewrites the warrant and comes back with more orders." Behind them, the doors of Gringotts opened. Warden Grash stood in the gap and looked at Harry with the flat assessment of someone recalibrating something they thought they already understood. "Mr. Potter," he said. "The director has asked me to say, you will be remembered." Harry wasn't sure, entirely, how to take that. From a goblin, he decided, it was high praise. "Tell the director I'll be back Thursday," he said. "To file the paperwork." He found Hermione in the common room when he got back. The look she gave him when he walked in lasted for approximately 3 seconds, and it contained, in those 3 seconds, the complete vocabulary of someone who is genuinely angry and is choosing very carefully how to deploy it. She looked at Ron. Back at Harry. At the muddy state of his robes. At the time on the common room clock. "Charms," she said. "I'll catch up," Harry said. Flitwick noticed. "I'll apologize." "Harry." Her voice dropped, and this version of it was less sharp and more serious, the tone she used when she was worried rather than just irritated. "If you go off to Diagon Alley during school hours and something happens, I know," he said. "You can't invoke the right of testimony if you're expelled." He looked at her. She was right, and she knew she was right, and she was also, he could see, fighting with herself about whether being right was the most important thing to lead with right now. He could see the conflict on her face, the part of her that was worried versus the part of her that was principled, and he appreciated that she was letting him see it rather than just presenting the conclusion. "You're right," he said. "I should have sent a message and waited. I won't do it again without a plan." She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she handed him her notes from Charms. "You're behind on the stabilizing gesture. The wrist needs to be flat on the upswing." "Thank you," he said. "Also," she said, and this was quieter, "what happened?" Ron told her, with enthusiasm and selective emphasis on the dramatic moments and the general effect of someone recounting something genuinely exciting, which it had been, Harry supposed, from Ron's perspective. Harry watched her face as she listened. Watched the moment the anger shifted into something more complicated. Watched her expression when Ron reached the part about the right of testimony and the evidence argument, and the way her eyes moved to Harry with a look that was a very particular kind of assessing. "You invoked the Wisengamot proceeding publicly," she said. "In front of 50 witnesses." "Yes. So the ministry can't quietly withdraw and reclassify the warrant as something else," she said. "Because 50 people heard you name it as evidence in a Wisengamot case, and if those records go missing now, they've conspicuously destroyed evidence," Harry said. She sat back in her chair. Thought for a moment. "That was actually very well done." "Ron's also a witness," Harry said. Ron straightened up. "Happy to testify," he said, with the specific energy of someone who has decided they're part of something and is pleased about it. "What do I say?" "Exactly what you saw," Harry said. "Nothing more, nothing less." He paused. "And don't tell the twins what happened." "Not yet. They're going to find out anyway." "I know. But later is better than now." Ron considered this with the resigned expression of someone who knew his brothers. "Yeah, all right." Harry looked at the fire. At the common room, comfortable and red and ordinary, students doing homework and playing chess and laughing about things that had nothing to do with 47 million Galleons and goblin war doctrine and a ministry that was running out of legal moves. He thought about Thursday. About the filing. About the week after that, when the right of testimony would be formally registered with the Wisengamot and the hearing would be scheduled, and there would be no more corridor conversations with Dumbledore that could be mistaken for concern, and no more graduated escalations, and no more possibility of this being resolved quietly in a way that served everyone's comfort rather than everyone's accountability. He thought about what Ragnarok had said, the goblins have tried this before. They always back down. He thought about Lucius Malfoy saying that to his son as though it was a settled fact. As though institutions didn't change, history didn't accumulate, patience didn't eventually become something sharp enough to be useful. He looked at the fire. Thursday, he said, to no one in particular, and went upstairs to change his robes. Chapter 4, The Heir Speaks. The filing took 40 minutes. Harry sat across from a goblin notary in Gringotts' legal suite on Thursday morning, excused from classes by a letter from Ragnarok to McGonagall that had been worded with such precise legal weight that she'd read it twice, said nothing for a long moment, and then written the pass without looking at him directly, which he took as a form of respect, and worked through the paperwork with the focused patience of someone who understood that forms were the architecture of consequences and deserved to be built correctly. The right of heir's testimony was an old mechanism. Old enough that the form itself was parchment rather than paper, and the ink was provided by Gringotts rather than brought by the applicant, and there was a section requiring a thumbprint sealed in wax beside a formal declaration of identity that felt more like an oath than an administrative step. Harry pressed his thumb to the wax and felt something, not magic, exactly, or not only magic, but the specific weight of a thing becoming real that had been potential until this moment. Ragnarok signed the co-petition as the representing institution. The Wisengamot clerk's office will acknowledge receipt within 48 hours, the notary said. The hearing cannot be scheduled for fewer than 7 days following acknowledgement, and no more than 30. Given the current political pressure, I would expect the ministry to push for 30. And we push back for 10, Harry said. We push back for 10, Ragnarok confirmed. Outside the legal suite, in the corridor, Harry stopped and stood for a moment with his back against the cool stone wall and breathed. Not dramatically, just the private version of acknowledging that something had shifted. The filing was done. The machinery was in motion. There was a hearing at the end of this sequence and he was going to stand in it and speak, and whatever came after that was going to come from what he said in that room. He allowed himself 30 seconds of that, then pushed off the wall and went back to school. The acknowledgement came in 36 hours, which was faster than the notary predicted and slower than Harry had hoped. He was at breakfast when Hedwig delivered the ministry envelope, grey, official, sealed with the Wisengamot crest, and he opened it at the table without drama while Ron watched over his shoulder and Hermione read from her copy of the Accord across the table with the focused expression she wore when she was preparing for something. The ministry had scheduled the hearing for 22 days out. Harry set the letter down. 22 days, he said. We asked for 10, Hermione said, without looking up. They gave us 22. Which means they needed the time. Which means, she turned a page. They're preparing a counter-argument. Not just procedural delay. Something substantive. Dumbledore, Harry said. Probably. She finally looked up. He'll want to testify. The right of heir's testimony gives you the floor, but it doesn't prevent the Wisengamot from hearing other witnesses. He'll have 22 days to build his version of the story. Harry thought about this for a moment. Good. Hermione looked at him carefully. Good. If he builds a version, that means there's a version to challenge. Something with edges. Something specific. He folded the letter. The worst thing he could do is say nothing. A coherent defense I can engage with. Silence is harder. Ron, who had been eating his way through a plate of toast with the steady focus of someone fueling up for something, looked up. What do we actually do for 22 days? Prepare, Harry said. Right, but specifically. Harry looked at the letter, then at the table, then at his friends. I need to know everything about how the Order of the Phoenix operated during the war. What it did, who ran it, what the argument for funding it was. I need to know every Wizengamot member, their voting history, their family connections, their financial relationships with the people in the audit. And I need to know the legal precedent for the right of testimony, every previous case, how the testimony was conducted, what the outcomes were. That's a lot of research, Ron said. Yes. I can do the order, Hermione said immediately. The library won't have much, but the restricted section has wartime records, and Ragnarok might have. He has files, Harry said. He offered them when we filed. I'll get you access. I'll do the Wizengamot members, Ron said, and both Harry and Hermione looked at him. He shrugged. My dad works at the ministry. He knows everyone in that building. I can owl him. He'll tell me what's real versus what the official record says. Harry looked at him for a moment. Ron. Your family's name is in the outer network of the audit. This might be uncomfortable for your father. He'll tell me anyway, Ron said, with a flat certainty that was entirely convincing because it came from 11 years of knowing a specific person. He believes in doing what's right. He's not always in a position to do it loudly. But privately, to his son, asking for honest information? He paused. Yeah. He'll tell me. Harry nodded. Legal precedent for the testimony procedure is mine, then. Hermione opened her notebook. 22 days, she said. We should build a schedule. Of course she should build a schedule. Harry felt something settle in his chest that was composed equally of gratitude and affection and the specific relief of not being alone in a thing. Build the schedule, he said. The 22 days were not quiet. On day 4, the Daily Prophet ran a second Skeeter article, this one focused on the secondary network, the 23 accounts beneath the primary 17. The names included 2 sitting Wizengamot members, which produced a week of pointed non-coverage by every other wizarding publication and a furious editorial in the Prophet itself about journalistic responsibility, clearly written by someone whose vault had been restricted. On day 7, the ministry announced that Dumbledore had voluntarily submitted a formal statement to the Wizengamot clarifying the context of the Potter estate disbursements. The statement was not made public. The fact of its existence was. Harry read the announcement in the Prophet, and the phrase voluntarily submitted had the quality of something that had been agreed upon in a room where the word voluntary was being used generously. On day 9, a fight broke out in the Slytherin-Gryffindor corridor that was not about Quidditch, which was what fights in that corridor were usually about. It was about the audit. Specifically, it was about Draco Malfoy telling Hermione Granger that her kind didn't have the right to be involved in old family business, and Hermione telling Draco Malfoy, with a precision that Harry would later describe to Ron as surgical, exactly what Article 7 of the 1347 Accord said about the rights of co-petitioning witnesses in heir testimony proceedings, and Draco not having an answer for that, and responding physically. Harry didn't hex him. He considered it. He looked at Draco Malfoy's face, the red of him, the shaking fury of someone whose family name had just appeared in a national newspaper connected to financial fraud, and thought about the gap between the instinct and the useful thing. Draco, he said quietly. Malfoy looked at him. Your father's name is in the outer network, Harry said. Not the primary list. The outer network. There's a difference, and I know the difference, and when I'm in front of the Wizengamot I'm going to say that difference clearly. He paused. The people I'm going after are the ones who organized this. Not the ones who were included in it without knowing the source. He met Malfoy's eyes. I don't know if your father knew. I genuinely don't. But I'm not going to punish you for being his son. Malfoy stared at him. That's not generosity, Harry said. It's accuracy. I'm not interested in ruining people for the wrong reasons. He looked at Hermione. Are you okay? Fine, Hermione said, in a tone that meant she was fine and also found the question slightly unnecessary and also appreciated it. Malfoy said nothing. He looked at Harry for a moment with an expression Harry couldn't fully categorize, it wasn't gratitude, wasn't quite hostility, was something unresolved in a way that suggested the conversation wasn't over but that today's version of it was. Then he turned and walked away, Crabbe and Goyle shuffling after him. Ron appeared from around the corner where he'd clearly been close enough to arrive quickly if needed. "That was, don't," Harry said. "I was going to say sensible." "Oh," Harry said. "Then thank you." On day 14, Arthur Weasley's letter arrived. Ron read it privately first, in the corner of the common room, and then brought it to Harry with the expression of someone who has read something that has reordered a few things and is carrying that reordering carefully. He sat down across from Harry and put the letter on the table and said, "Read the second page." The second page was written in smaller handwriting than the first, tighter, the script of someone writing something they weren't sure they should write and were doing it quickly before they could reconsider. Arthur Weasley's account of the Wizengamot was not the official record. It was the actual record, which members owed which other members' favors, which voting blocks were stable and which were performative, which of the 50 Wizengamot seats were occupied by people who would vote their conscience if they believed they had cover to do so, and which were occupied by people who would not vote their conscience regardless. The number of seats that might genuinely go Harry's way, based on Arthur's assessment, was 11. 11 out of 50. Harry looked at that number for a moment. "He says it could move," Ron said. "If the testimony is strong enough. If the press is there. He says Marchbanks, she's one of the senior members, she voted against Fudge on 3 separate things last term, he says she's been asking questions about the audit publicly." "Marchbanks," Hermione said, who had been reading over Harry's shoulder. "Griselda Marchbanks. She administered the OWL examinations for 40 years. She's independent, no family connection to any of the named parties." 11 potential votes, Harry said. "I need 26. "You need to move 15 people," Hermione said. "Or you need to make it so politically costly to vote against you that enough of them find reasons to abstain," Ron said, and when they both looked at him he raised his shoulders. "I grew up in a political family. It's not always about convincing people you're right. Sometimes it's about making the wrong vote feel dangerous." Harry looked at him with genuine appreciation. "How do you make the wrong vote feel dangerous?" "Witnesses," Ron said. "The press. Public record. If 50 people vote in a room and the entire wizarding world is watching, some of those 50 people are going to care more about how they look in 10 years than about what Fudge wants today. Which is why Gringotts guaranteeing press access matters so much," Hermione said. "Which is why," Harry said, "we need to make sure the testimony is a complete record. Not just my testimony. All of it, the audit documents, entered as exhibits. The accord texts, entered as legal reference. And," he paused, thinking through something that had been forming for several days. "I want to call a witness." Hermione looked up. "Who?" "Arabella Figg," Harry said. "She's on the payment list. Regular disbursements for 10 years. She lives on my street in Little Whinging. She's been watching me." He looked at the letter. "I think Dumbledore paid her to watch me. Which means she knows things about how I was being monitored. And I think," he paused again, "I think if someone asks her the right questions in a room where she has to answer truthfully, she'll tell them." "Why would she cooperate?" Hermione asked. "Because she's on the payment list," Harry said. "Meaning she's received funds that could be characterized as part of the theft. If she testifies honestly, that characterization doesn't apply to her. If she doesn't," a pause, "she's liable." Hermione was very quiet for a moment. "That's leverage." "It's an accurate description of her legal situation," Harry said. "It's still leverage." "Yes," he said. "It is." He met her eyes, and this was the part he didn't look away from, the part where he acknowledged what the thing was rather than dressing it in nicer language. "I'm 11 years old in front of 50 people who have strong reasons not to believe me. I need every legitimate tool available. I'm not going to threaten her. I'm going to write her a letter that explains her situation clearly and offers her the opportunity to appear as a cooperative witness rather than a named financial party." He paused. "The decision is hers." Hermione held his gaze for a moment. "Write it carefully," she said. "I will. I'll draft it with you," she said. The letter to Arabella Figg took 3 drafts and produced the only argument Harry and Hermione had gotten into since the train, not a heated argument, not an unkind one, but a real one, about the line between clarity and coercion, which Hermione cared about with a principled intensity that Harry respected even when it frustrated him. The 3rd draft was good. It was clear about her situation, honest about what the Wisengamot proceeding involved, and offered her a specific role, cooperative fact witness, that Hermione had researched enough to know was a genuinely protected legal position. It did not threaten. It stated facts and offered options. Hedwig delivered it and came back 4 days later with a single piece of folded parchment. "I will come. I should have told him years ago. Tell him I'm sorry." Fig. Harry read it twice. Then he put it in the file with the audit and the accord references and Arthur Weasley's letter. He didn't sleep well that night, but not because he was frightened. He was thinking about "tell him I'm sorry." About the fact that Arabella Figg had watched him grow up in a cupboard under the stairs, had received payment for doing so, and was sorry. About the fact that sorry was a small word for a large period of time, and about the fact that it was nevertheless something, and he was going to have to decide, eventually, what to do with all the somethings that were accumulating around the edges of this. He decided that was a problem for after the hearing. The morning of the hearing, it rained. Harry was up before anyone else, which was unusual, and sat by the common room window watching the grounds go grey in the early light and went through everything in his head one more time. The structure of the testimony. The documents. The exhibits. The line of argument that Hermione had helped him build, piece by piece, over 22 days, not accusatory in tone, because accusatory testimony invited emotional responses that muddied the legal record. Factual. Chronological. Devastating in the specific way that facts arranged in the right order could be devastating without requiring any additional editorial comment. He thought about what Ragnarok had told him during their final preparatory meeting 2 days ago. You are not asking them to judge him. You are asking them to see what exists. The judgment follows from the seeing. He thought about Dumbledore's office. About "I do want you to be safe." About the gap between genuine care and actual accountability, and about how the presence of one did not make the absence of the other acceptable. He thought about his parents. Not about their deaths. He'd been thinking about their deaths since November when he'd first seen the date on the audit. He thought about Hagrid's account of them. About James's laugh. About Lily's dictionary. About 2 people who had loved each other in the specific rare way and who had made provisions for their son and whose provisions had been systematically redirected for a decade by the man they'd trusted most. He thought, "I'm doing this for you, too." Then he thought, "No. I'm doing this for me." Then he thought, "Both things are true." Ron came downstairs at 6:30, already dressed, his hair doing the specific thing it did when he'd been lying awake for a while. He sat down beside Harry without saying anything and companionably ate an apple he'd apparently had in his pocket and watched the rain with Harry for a few minutes. "You ready?" Ron said, eventually. "Yes," Harry said. "How's your stomach?" "Fine," Harry said, which was mostly true. "Mine's terrible," Ron said. "I don't even have to speak." Harry looked at him and found the corner of a smile that was genuine. "I appreciate that. Just wanted you to know the stakes feel real to me too," Ron said, in the simple way he had of saying the thing directly. "That's all." Hermione came down at 6:50 with her bag packed with color-coded tabs on the key documents and a copy of the full testimony outline on the top, annotated in 3 different inks. She sat down on Harry's other side and handed him the outline. "One change since last night," she said. I moved the accord citation to before the audit summary rather than after. The legal foundation should precede the factual evidence. It establishes the framework first. He read the change. Yes. That's right. Also, she paused, and this pause was different from her organizational pauses. This one had something personal in it. Also, whatever happens today, I want you to know that I think that this whole thing has been, you've handled it in a way that, she stopped. Started again. I think your parents would be proud of you. Harry looked at his testimony outline for a moment. You didn't know them, he said, gently. No, she said. But I know you. So I'm making an educated inference. He folded the testimony outline carefully and put it in his inside pocket. Let's go, he said. The Ministry of Magic occupied a building in London that did not exist, accessed through a telephone box on a quiet street that Harry had walked past 100 times without knowing what it was. The atrium, when they arrived, was gold and blue and enormous, and the usual ministry crowd, wizards in their robes, memos in the form of paper planes sailing overhead, the low-grade purposeful energy of a large institution going about its morning, parted around Harry and his companions in the specific way of people who recognized someone and weren't sure what expression to wear. Ragnarok was waiting at the base of the golden fountain. He was not alone. For goblin honor guards flanked him in full ceremonial armor, the same dark-bladed weapons at their belts, standing with the immovable patience of things that had been waiting for a long time and were now arrived. Beside them, slightly to the side, was a small woman Harry didn't recognize until she turned and he saw her face, older than he'd imagined, worried in the way of someone who has been worried for a long time, with the eyes of someone who had been watching something bad happen from a carefully maintained safe distance. Arabella Figg looked at Harry Potter and her face did several things in quick succession. She looked older than he'd expected. She looked genuinely sorry, which was not a performance. She also looked, and this was the part that surprised him, relieved. Hello, Harry said. Harry, she said, and her voice was rough. You're so tall. I remember when, she stopped. I'm sorry, she said again. I know, he said. Thank you for coming. She looked at him for a moment longer, and he let her. He understood that she needed to see him, specifically, as a person rather than a file. Then she straightened and he could see her making the decision to be useful, which was the best thing she could do and she clearly knew it. Ragnarok looked at Harry. The hearing room is on level 2. We are entitled to enter as a formal party to the proceedings. The press, a brief incline of his head, is already in position. How many? Harry asked. 12 journalists, Ragnarok said. Including Skeeter. Also 2 international correspondents from the Vienna and Paris Magical Press. Hermione inhaled slightly. Harry didn't look at her. Good, he said. They walked to the lifts. The Wisengamot chamber was older than the ministry building that housed it. There was always that disconnect in London, old things inside newer containers, and it was designed in the way of rooms intended to make individuals feel the weight of institutional history. Tiered stone seats arranged in a horseshoe around a central floor, the seats occupied by witches and wizards in plum-colored robes with the silver W embroidered at the collar, 50 seats with, Harry counted quickly, 47 occupied. At the center of the floor stood a chair. Simple, straight-backed, no arms. It faced the full horseshoe. Harry looked at the chair for a moment. Then he looked at the press gallery, a side tier, separated by a low balustrade, where 12 journalists sat with quills and recording devices and the specific forward-leaning attention of people who understand they are in the room where the story is. Rita Skeeter caught his eye from the front row and gave him a smile that was entirely professional and entirely predatory and was, in this specific context, exactly what he needed from her. At the apex of the horseshoe, in the central chair of the Wisengamot, sat Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, who was wearing his lime-green bowler hat and the expression of a man who is performing confidence and not entirely managing it. Beside him, in the position of official witness, sat Albus Dumbledore, silver-bearded, twinkling-eyed, composed with the composure of someone who has sat in this room for decades and knows its rhythms. Their eyes met across the chamber. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that was, and Harry was certain of this, genuinely sad. Not guilty, not frightened, not calculating. Sad, in the way of someone who can see how something is going to go and finds no pleasure in it. Harry looked away first. Not because it affected him. Because he was done letting Dumbledore be the most interesting thing in any room. He walked to the chair and sat down. Fudge called the session to order with the air of someone hosting a dinner party that had developed an unexpected guest list. This is the formal hearing convened under the right of heir's testimony, as filed by, he glanced at his notes, Harry James Potter, with co-petition from the Gringotts institution, in the matter of the Potter estate audit. A pause. Mr. Potter, you have the floor. Harry looked at the 50 members. He looked at the press gallery. He looked at Fudge, who was watching him with the desperate hope of a man who believes children are manageable, and at Dumbledore, who was watching him with the eyes of someone who knows they're not. He didn't use notes. My name is Harry Potter, he said. I'm 11 years old. I attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, first year, Gryffindor House. On July 31st of this year, I visited Gringotts Bank for the first time in my life. I was accompanying Rubeus Hagrid, who had been sent to collect me by Albus Dumbledore, to purchase school supplies. He paused. I did not know, before that visit, that my family had significant financial holdings. I did not know the estate existed. I did not know what had been taken from it, or by whom, or for how long. I didn't know these things because nobody told me. He let that sit for exactly 2 seconds. I'm going to tell you what I found. I'm going to tell you precisely, in order, with documentation. I'd like to request that Exhibit A be distributed. That's the full Gringotts audit of the Potter estate, 43 pages, certified by Director Ragnarok under Goblin notarial seal. Ragnarok stood from his position in the observer section, the honor guards flanking him, the Wisengamot members near him shifting slightly, and placed copies of the audit in the hands of the clerk who distributed them around the horseshoe. Harry waited until every member had a copy. Then he started. He spoke for 40 minutes. He spoke in the level, organized way he'd rehearsed, chronological, factual, referenced. He walked them through the audit in the structure Hermione had designed, legal foundation first, accord framework established, then the factual record, then the implications. He cited page numbers. He quoted reference codes. He identified each named party not by accusation but by documentary evidence, this code, this date, this amount, this account. He spoke about the Order of the Phoenix and what the documentation showed about its funding. He spoke about the payments to individuals in his proximity, Fig, Hagrid, others, and what the pattern of those payments suggested about the purpose of his placement with the Dursleys. He spoke about a cupboard under the stairs with the same factual specificity he'd applied to everything else, because that was the point, that it was not a separate issue, not background detail, but a direct consequence of the choices the audit documented. He spoke without anger. That was the discipline of it, and it cost him something, but it was the right choice, because anger would have given 47 Wisengamot members a reason to dismiss him, and facts did not give them that reason, and he was going to make them work for every dismissal they attempted. At 40 minutes, he said, I'd like to call my first witness. Arabella Figg sat in the chair and told the truth. She did it with the quiet, persistent honesty of someone who has been holding something for a long time and is grateful to put it down. She confirmed the payments. She confirmed her instructions from Dumbledore, to monitor Harry Potter, to report any signs of magic, to keep him ignorant of the wizarding world's awareness of him. She confirmed that she had been told the payments came from a ministry welfare fund for displaced magical children, which she had believed because she had wanted to believe it. Did you know the money came from Mr. Potter's own estate? The Wisengamot clerk asked. No, she said. I would never have, she stopped. No. Did you ever report concerns about Mr. Potter's living conditions to the individuals directing your observation? Arabella Figg was quiet for a moment that had a great deal of weight in it. Yes, she said. Several times. And what was the response? Another pause. I was told that the conditions were appropriate. That a modest upbringing was, I was told it was intentional. That a prominent childhood would endanger him. She looked at her hands. I accepted that. I should not have. 12 journalists in the press gallery were writing at speed. Harry watched Dumbledore during Arabella Figg's testimony. The old man sat very still. His expression had not changed from the composed sadness it had held since the beginning, but his hands, Harry noticed, were clasped in his lap in the specific way of someone holding themselves carefully together. After Figg, Harry called Ragnarok. Ragnarok testified for 20 minutes about the audit methodology, the Accord provisions, the War Council's deliberations, and the legal standing of the Article 7 Declaration. He spoke with the flat precision of someone for whom accuracy was not a preference but a professional standard, and the effect on the chamber was visible. Whatever the Wizengamot members thought of goblins, the directness of Ragnarok's testimony was difficult to dismiss. 3 members of the Wizengamot asked questions. The first 2 were procedural challenges, trying to find a seam in the legal foundation. Ragnarok answered both from memory, citing case precedent going back to 1689, and the member who had asked the second one sat back in their seat with the expression of someone who has pushed on a wall and found it unexpectedly load-bearing. The third questioner was Griselda Marchbanks, who was small and ancient and sharp-eyed in the way of someone who has been in enough rooms to know when she's in an important one. She looked at Ragnarok and said, "Director. In the 4 previous instances in which Article 7 was invoked, what was the ultimate resolution?" In 3 of 4 cases, Ragnarok said, the institution found responsible for the violation paid full restitution plus compound interest, with appropriate legal penalties under the Accord. In the 4th case, a pause, the matter was not resolved before the mobilization clause was enacted. And what happened in that case? 18 months of significant civil unrest, Ragnarok said, in precisely the tone of the academic text Harry had read. Ending in a renegotiated treaty that was substantially more favorable to Gringotts than the original accord. Marchbanks looked at Fudge. "Minister," she said, and her voice was very dry. "You may wish to think carefully about the path we're currently on." Fudge called a recess after Ragnarok's testimony. Harry sat in the antechamber off the hearing room and drank water and said very little. Ron was beside him, and Hermione was beside Ron, and the honor guard stood at the door, and Ragnarok stood by the window looking out over the ministry atrium below with the expression of someone who has done what they came to do and is waiting for the world to catch up. "How many did you feel?" Hermione said quietly. "Feel?" "In the room. How many were actually listening versus performing listening?" Harry thought about it. "Maybe 20. Maybe more." He paused. "Marchbanks is real." "She's real," Hermione confirmed. "She's been real since your opening statement. She had the audit pages turned to the right sections before you cited them." "She'd read it before today," Harry said. "The audit was filed as a public document with the Wizengamot clerk 48 hours ago," Hermione said. "Anyone who cared enough looked." "So the people who looked are the ones who are going to matter," Harry said. "Yes. And the ones who didn't, are going to matter for different reasons," she said, and the precision of that was very good. The recess lasted 25 minutes. When Harry walked back into the hearing room, he found the composition of the chamber had shifted slightly, not in the seats, which were the same, but in the quality of attention. Something had been discussed in those 25 minutes. Some arrangement had been made or attempted, and its terms were visible in the way certain members weren't looking at each other, in the way Fudge had the expression of a man who has conceded something and is trying to look like he didn't. "Mr. Potter," Fudge said. "You've presented your testimony and your witnesses. The Wizengamot will now hear from other parties relevant to the matter." Dumbledore stood. He walked to the center chair with the gravity of someone who had walked into important rooms for 80 years and was not surprised by any of them. He sat down and looked at Harry directly, the way he had not done since the morning began, and Harry looked back. Dumbledore spoke for 30 minutes. It was the best argument Harry had heard anyone make on the wrong side of something. He told the story of the war, and it was a real story, grounded in real events, and the details of it were things Harry had read in fragments in the restricted section but now heard assembled as a complete account: the fear, the losses, the way the ministry had been compromised and the order had been the only functioning resistance. He spoke about James and Lily Potter, and he spoke of them with a genuine grief that Harry recognized as real. He explained the decision to use estate funds to maintain the order. He framed it, carefully, thoughtfully, as a decision made under wartime conditions, with the family's legacy as the instrument of the cause those same family members had died for. He did not call it legal. He said it had been a decision made outside normal legal frameworks because normal legal frameworks had failed. "I made this choice," Dumbledore said, and his voice was very quiet. "I made it believing that James and Lily Potter would have made it themselves. I made it believing that a world worth returning to was worth the cost of maintaining. I made it knowing that when Harry Potter was old enough to understand, would need to answer for it." He looked at Harry. "I did not expect him to be ready to ask quite so soon." The room was very still. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said. "Not about the war. I believe we did necessary work. I was wrong about Harry. I was wrong about what he was owed. Not protection from knowledge, but the knowledge itself. I was wrong about the cupboard under the stairs." His voice held steady on that, which was perhaps the hardest part. "That was not a decision I would make again." Harry sat in his chair in the center of the room and listened to Albus Dumbledore admit, in front of 50 Wizengamot members and 12 journalists and 4 Goblin honor guards, that he had been wrong. He waited for the feeling that was supposed to come with that, the vindication, the release. Something. What he felt instead was tired. Not defeated. Not sad, exactly. Just the specific exhaustion of having been right about something for a long time and finally having the room agree with you, and discovering that the agreement didn't give back the years it had covered. He looked at Marchbanks. Marchbanks looked back, and she was already writing something on the edge of her audit pages. The vote happened at 4 in the afternoon, after 2 more hours of procedural argument and cross-examination that Harry mostly endured with steady patience while Hermione tracked it in her notebook and Ron ate every snack he'd had the foresight to bring. The motion before the Wizengamot was formally narrow, a finding that the disbursements from the Potter estate had been made without proper legal authority and that the Gringotts Article 7 declaration was valid under the accord. It deliberately did not address criminal liability. That was a separate proceeding, one that Marchbanks had noted on the record would need to follow. But the motion established the factual foundation: unauthorized, documented, real. 29 votes in favor. 16 against. 5 abstentions. The ministry clerk read the result in the carrying voice of someone trained to project into large rooms, and the chamber absorbed it with the sound of 50 people recalibrating at different speeds. 29 to 16. Harry looked at the number. He'd needed 26. He'd gotten 29. Ron grabbed his arm and squeezed once, hard, and said nothing. Hermione was very still beside him, and he could see her doing the emotional equivalent of what she did with long calculations, processing, ordering, arriving at the feeling from the right direction. At the other end of the chamber, Cornelius Fudge was looking at the clerk's record with the expression of a man watching a ship he was supposed to be steering move definitively away from the dock. Dumbledore was looking at Harry. His expression was composed and sad and something else, something that Harry, sitting in the center of the horseshoe with 29 votes in his favor, took a moment to identify. Pride, he thought. Despite everything, the old man looked proud. Harry found that the most complicated thing that had happened all day. He stood up from the chair and picked up his copy of the audit and walked back to where Ragnarok stood with the honor guards. The old goblin looked at him with those amber eyes. 29, Ragnox said. 29, Harry agreed. It is a beginning, Ragnox said. Outside the hearing room, in the corridor, with the sound of journalists already talking rapidly behind them and ministry officials moving in the purposeful scattered way of people who are reconfiguring to a new landscape, Harry stopped for a moment. It's not over, Hermione said, beside him. No, he said. But it's different now. He looked at the corridor, the gold of the ministry walls, the paper planes still sailing overhead with their memos and their ministry business. The Article 7 declaration is valid. Which means the war mobilization clause is active. Which means whatever the ministry decides to do next, they're doing it while Gringotts is legally at war with them, Ron said. Yes. That's quite a position to be in, Ron said, with the tone of someone stating an obvious fact that remains impressive despite its obviousness. Yes, Harry said. It is. He looked at the atrium below. At the golden fountain. At the lift that would take them back up to the surface, back to London, back to Hogwarts and classes and the ordinary world that was going to feel strange now, after today, in the way of places you return to after something has changed about the way you see. He thought about 29. About Marchbanks. About Arabella Figg's letter. About the specific moment when Dumbledore had said I was wrong about the cupboard under the stairs and something in the room had shifted that was not going to shift back. He thought, it's a beginning. He thought, that'll do for today. Let's go back, he said, and walked to the lift, and his friends walked with him. Chapter 5, The War Beneath the Streets. 3 days after the Wizengamot vote, the ministry blinked. Not a full retreat. Fudge was constitutionally incapable of full retreat, which was one of his more predictable qualities, but a lateral movement, the specific sideways shuffle of a man who has lost a vote and is now trying to look like he'd meant to stand somewhere else all along. The Daily Prophet ran his statement on the front page. The ministry would cooperate with the Wizengamot's findings regarding the Potter estate, would engage in good faith negotiations with Gringotts regarding the Article 7 declaration, and would appoint an independent committee to review the disbursement records. Rita Skeeter's article ran beside it, under a headline that asked, in 17-point type, who exactly was going to be on the independent committee and whether any of them had received money from the Potter estate. 4 column inches addressed that question and answered it, provisionally, in the affirmative. Harry read both articles over breakfast and felt the specific satisfaction of watching a defensive position crumble in public, and then set it aside because there were more immediate problems. He'd been watching Quirrell for 6 weeks. It had started as an extension of the audit work. Quirrell's name had appeared on the primary disbursement list, irregular payments across 3 years beginning in 1988, and Harry had filed that information alongside everything else and meant to return to it once the Wizengamot proceeding was done. But the more he observed Quirrell in class, the more the defense professor occupied a separate, more urgent category from the other named parties. The others were financial participants, recipients, knowing or otherwise, of redirected funds. Quirrell was something different. The stutter was not real. Harry had established that in the second week of term, by watching Quirrell in the moments between sentences, in the transitions when the performance had to be picked up and repositioned. Real stammerers struggled in specific places, on specific sounds, in moments of genuine stress. Quirrell's stutter was consistent in a way real stammering never was. It was a practiced, maintained thing, like an accent someone had learned rather than grown up with. The flinch from Harry's touch at the start of term feast had been more interesting. A brief, instinctive recoil when Harry had accidentally brushed his hand against Quirrell's during the sorting reception, there and gone in a second, but real. The kind of recoil that was physical, involuntary, not a performance. The turban smelled of garlic. Not subtly. Powerfully, in the way of something that was meant to discourage proximity rather than just ward off vampires, which was the excuse Quirrell had given in one early class with the self-deprecating charm of a man managing his own oddness. Harry had not shared these observations with anyone. He'd been watching. Building the picture with the patient methodology he'd applied to everything else this term, not acting until the picture was complete enough to act from. The picture was getting more complete. On the Monday after the Wiesengemot vote, Harry was walking back from the library after dinner when he took the longer route past the third-floor corridor, not from any particular plan, just from the habit of taking different routes through the castle that he'd developed early in term because it was a genuinely large building and worth knowing properly. He stopped at the locked door at the end of the corridor, the one with the notice about not entering if you didn't want to die, which was the kind of sign that told you a great deal more than it withheld. He stood at the door and listened. From inside, something breathed. Not human breathing, something large, slow, rhythmic, with a depth that vibrated slightly in the stone of the corridor. He stood very still and listened to it for 30 seconds, and in that 30 seconds built a picture of something very large, probably asleep, serving a function that was probably related to the secret Hagrid had very poorly concealed about a small package from Gringotts Vault 713. He walked away. He went to find Hermione. "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said, which she said in the tone she used when she'd read the relevant material and was now watching someone else arrive at what she'd already established. "Nicholas Flamel. He's in the audit materials, not as a payment recipient, in a footnote about Dumbledore's early career. He's a real alchemist. He's over 600 years old. The stone makes him immortal," Harry said. "The elixir of life," she said. "The stone produces it. Flamel has had one for centuries, Dumbledore helped him develop, or perfect, or safeguard, it's not entirely clear from what I've read." She paused. "If the stone was moved from Gringotts, Vault 713, the one Hagrid collected something from on your first visit, it was moved here," Harry said. "To Hogwarts. For safekeeping. Because someone was trying to steal it," Hermione said. "Yes. They were in the common room, very late, the fire down to embers. Ron was across from them, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, doing the thing he did when he was thinking seriously, which was to be unusually still. The three of them had developed, over the course of the term, a way of working together that had a specific rhythm, Harry with the instinct and the overview, Hermione with the research and the framework, Ron with the practical geometry of situations, the angles that weren't academic but were real. "Who's trying to steal it?" Ron said. Harry looked at the embers. "I think," he said carefully, "that Voldemort isn't as gone as everyone believes." The name landed in the room and Ron flinched, not theatrically, just the genuine involuntary reaction of someone raised in a culture where the name itself was a kind of exposure. He recovered quickly. "Okay," he said. "Go on." "He was defeated because of what happened to my parents, whatever protection my mother's death created, it destroyed his body. But destroying his body isn't the same as destroying him." Harry looked at Hermione. "The books in the restricted section about the dark arts, there are ways to persist without a body. Fragment of soul, some kind of anchored consciousness. Something that maintains coherence without physical form. And if he's persisting somehow," Hermione said, very quietly, "he'd need the stone. The elixir of life to restore himself." "A body first," Harry said. "Then the elixir to sustain it." Ron looked between them. "Quirrell," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I think Quirrell is hosting something. That's the best word I have for it. The stutter, the garlic, the flinch when I touched him. There's something wrong about him in a way that goes beyond nervousness." "You think Voldemort is in the building," Ron said, in the flat tone of someone stating something they'd prefer wasn't true. "I think something that used to be Voldemort is in the building," Harry said. "Something partial. Something that needs the stone to become more than partial." He paused. "And I think the chaos with Gringotts, with the Ministry's attention divided, with Dumbledore's political position compromised, with the general institutional turbulence of the last 6 weeks, has created a window." "A window," Hermione repeated. "For Quirrell to move. While everything else is loud, while Dumbledore is managing the fallout from the vote and the Ministry is managing its public retreat and the press is covering Goblin war doctrine," Harry stopped. Nobody's watching the third-floor corridor. Hermione looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between professional alarm and a kind of unwilling admiration. You've been thinking about this for a while. Since October, Harry said. I just didn't want to raise it until I was sure enough. And are you sure enough? He thought about the breathing behind the door. About the garlic. About Quirrell's eyes in class, which were sometimes fully present and sometimes had a quality of being slightly elsewhere, slightly unfocused, like someone listening to a second conversation happening at a different frequency. Yes, he said. Then we need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Harry looked at the fire. I know, he said. She waited. Tomorrow, he said. First thing. I'll go to his office. He paused. But I want to go tonight and look at the corridor properly first. I want to know what's actually in that room. Harry, not inside it. Just, observing. The door. The sounds. I want a complete picture before I walk into Dumbledore's office, because if I go in there with a partial picture, he fills in the rest and I lose the initiative. He looked at her. I've learned something about walking into rooms where the other person controls the information. Hermione pressed her lips together in the way she did when she thought he was right and didn't want to be argued into something dangerous. Fine, she said. We go together. Of course, he said. Ron stood up. I'll get the chess set, he said. They both looked at him. If anyone sees us near the third floor at midnight, Ron said patiently, we were sleepwalking looking for somewhere to finish a chess game. It's the most boring lie. Nobody investigates boring lies. Harry looked at Hermione. He's not wrong. He's never entirely wrong, Hermione said, in a tone that she seemed to find slightly surprising, and Ron looked very pleased about it. The third-floor corridor at midnight was dark in the way of places that are dark on purpose. The kind of darkness that had been arranged, not just left. The torches that lit the other corridors of the castle didn't extend past the staircase, which was itself informative. Someone had made sure this stretch of corridor was harder to monitor from a distance. They moved in the quiet way they developed over a term of late library nights and corridor conversations, Hermione close behind Harry's left shoulder, Ron slightly wider to the right, creating a formation that was partly practical and partly the organic result of how three people naturally arranged themselves when they were being careful together. The chess set was tucked under Ron's arm. The door was there. The breathing was still there too, slower now, deeper, the specific quality of something very large in a deep sleep. Harry stood at the door and listened for a full minute, adding to the picture. Then he crouched down and looked at the door's base. The gap between wood and stone floor was 3 inches, and through it he could see nothing except darkness, but the warmth coming from the room was notable. Not the warmth of fire. Something biological. Three-headed dog, Ron whispered, from behind him. Harry looked back. What? Cerberus. Three-headed dog. My brothers mentioned it. They tried to get through here in September on a dare and nearly died. Fred said it was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen, and Fred finds everything funny, so. He paused. They didn't go back. Three-headed dog guarding something. Something in the floor beneath it, probably, a trapdoor, a series of obstacles, and at the end of the obstacles, whatever Hagrid had collected from Gringotts Vault 713. The Philosopher's Stone. And Quirrell, or whatever was riding Quirrell, trying to get to it. Had probably been trying to get to it since September, working around the obstacles, testing the defenses, waiting for the moment when the disruption above was loud enough to cover movement below. Harry stood up. We need to go to Dumbledore tonight, he said. You said tomorrow, Hermione started. I changed my mind. He looked at her. If I were Quirrell, I would move now. The Ministry retreat was announced this morning. Dumbledore's position is slightly more stable, that means in a week, 2 weeks, his attention comes back here. If Quirrell is going to move, tonight is better for him than next week. He paused. I'd rather be wrong and look paranoid than right and be too late. Hermione said nothing. She was doing the calculation in her head and arriving at the same answer. Dumbledore's office, Ron said, already turning. They were 20 feet from the entrance to the spiral staircase that led to the headmaster's office when Harry stopped. Not because of a sound. Because of a smell. Garlic. Faint, but present, trailing in the air of the corridor ahead in the specific way of something recently passed through rather than permanently occupying the space. Harry went very still. He's already moving, Harry said. How do you, Ron started. That way, Harry said, pointing down the corridor toward the third floor. Not back the way they'd come, a different approach, a different staircase. Quirrell had taken a different route than they had. Was ahead of them. Harry, Hermione said, and her voice was very controlled. We go to get Dumbledore. By the time we get Dumbledore and get back, that is not our problem to solve. It is if no one else solves it. She grabbed his arm and it wasn't gentle. You are 11 years old. I know, he said. You are not, this is not the audit, Harry, this is not the Wizengamot, this is not something you can argue your way through. Her voice was low and urgent and genuinely frightened in a way he hadn't heard from her before. This is Voldemort. Part of Voldemort, he said. That distinction is not, Hermione. He looked at her, and her hand was still on his arm, and he made sure to look at her properly because this was the kind of moment where people remembered whether you saw them or not. If he gets the stone, he gets a body. If he gets a body, everything we've done, the audit, the Wizengamot, the Accord, all of it, is a footnote in the story about Voldemort's return. He paused. I'm not saying I'll be fine. I'm saying it matters enough to try. She held his gaze for a moment that was very long. I'm going to get Dumbledore, she said. Immediately. Right now. Yes, he said. Ron goes with me, she said, which was both a plan and a statement about what she needed from this situation, and he respected both. Ron, he said. Yeah, Ron said, and it was a complicated sound, the sound of someone who didn't want to go the other way and knew they should. Don't be stupid. I will try, Harry said, and went. The third-floor corridor was completely dark now. The dog was not sleeping. He heard it from 30 feet away, not the deep slow breathing of before but something alert and low, 3 distinct rhythms slightly out of sync with each other, the sound of 3 heads processing the same space from different angles. The door was open. Harry stopped outside it. Open. Quirrell was already through. He looked at the darkness inside. The warmth of it. The smell, now, garlic and something older underneath it, something that had the quality of rot and cold stone and old death, the specific scent that his instincts filed under wrong before his mind could name it. He pushed the door open and walked in. The dog was chained, which explained why it hadn't come into the corridor, thick iron chains at 3 collars, all 3 heads turning toward Harry simultaneously as he entered, a sound coming from all 3 mouths that was not quite a bark and not quite a growl and was entirely made of the intention of violence. He held very still. All 3 heads had red, wet eyes. 2 were looking at him. 1 was looking at the trapdoor in the floor, which was open, its contents, harp music, faintly, from below, maintaining whatever spell Quirrell had used and was apparently still operating. 3 heads. Harry looked at the one still focused on the trapdoor. It had the residual attention of something that had been distracted and hadn't fully reoriented. If he could keep 2 of the 3 heads engaged without triggering the chain reaction that would bring all 3, he took out his wand. He had not, in 11 years, believed in luck. He had believed in patterns and preparation and the patient accumulation of accurate information. But he had also spent 11 years living in a house where things sometimes, inexplicably, went right for him in moments of genuine danger, the time he'd found himself on the school roof instead of being beaten, the time a glass case had opened by itself at the zoo, the time, small and young and cornered, when something had simply stopped the thing that was happening and removed him from it. Magic, he knew now. Accidental magic. The body's last resort. He looked at the harp below the trapdoor, barely visible, enchanted strings moving themselves, and he thought, very clearly, keep playing. The strings played. All three heads turned toward him fully, and the growing sound shifted into something warning rather than attacking, and Harry crossed the floor and dropped through the trapdoor before any of the three mouths made a final decision. He fell for 3 seconds and landed in something soft and dark and immediately wrong. Vegetation that moved. Plant matter that wrapped around his legs with the purposeful grip of something designed to do exactly that, devil's snare, the name surfacing from a herbology lecture with the specific clarity of information arriving at precisely the moment it was needed. He stopped moving. Staying still loosened it. That was the principle, it tightened in response to struggle. He went completely limp and the coils slackened enough for him to pull one leg free, then the other, then to roll clear and land on stone. He stood up, brushing dark tendrils off his robe. Ahead was a door. Beyond the door, a room full of keys. He was faster than he expected to be, moving through the obstacles, not without difficulty, but without catastrophe, which was the distinction that mattered. The winged keys yielded to a broom tucked against the wall of the key room, and the chess set beyond was already played through, the pieces scattered in the ruins of Quirrell's passage through it, black pieces and white pieces both broken across the stone floor as though they'd been swept aside rather than properly defeated. Harry moved through the wreckage quickly. There were more rooms, a logic puzzle involving potions, already solved and waiting, the smallest bottle containing the forward passage. He drank it without hesitating because hesitating was a luxury for people who had more time. The cold hit him before the last door. Not temperature cold. Something else. The cold that he would later learn to associate with dementors, though there were no dementors here, just the ambient temperature of something that had been carrying death in it for so long that death had become its climate. He pressed his hand to the door and pushed it open. The mirror of Eriste was there. He hadn't expected a mirror. He stopped in the doorway and processed the room, large, stone, lit by torches that burned an unnatural blue, and at its center the ornate frame and shimmering surface of something that was old and complex and important in a way that his instincts registered before his mind did. Quirrell was standing in front of it. He was very still, staring into the reflective surface with the focused attention of someone searching for something, his hands up, pressed flat against the mirror's surface, his whole body oriented toward it with a desperation that was visible even from the doorway. He hadn't heard Harry enter over his own breathing. Harry looked at the mirror. His reflection was there, himself, 11 years old, small in the large room. But his reflected self was different. Older, somehow, or not older but more settled, and in his reflected hands was something small and red and brilliant, a stone that caught the torchlight and scattered it in all directions. He felt it. The stone, slipping into his pocket. He looked at his hand. The stone was there, in his actual hand, not his reflections, small and warm and impossibly present. He understood, in a flash, that the mirror gave the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it, and he had walked in wanting to stop someone else from using it, and the mirror had worked. In the way of old magical objects that had been designed by someone who understood that intention was the most powerful qualifier. Quirrell turned around. The face that looked at Harry was Quirrell's face and wasn't. The stutter was gone entirely, that particular performance set aside now that it served no purpose. What remained was a man whose eyes had a quality of doubleness, of being simultaneously himself and not himself, as though the original tenant of the body was still present but significantly diminished. "Potter," Quirrell said, in a voice that was already partway between his own and something else. "You found the stone." "You were looking in the mirror wrong," Harry said. "You want to use it. It won't show it to someone who wants to use it." Something moved behind Quirrell's eyes. Two reactions, layered, Quirrell's own frustration at being beaten to the obvious answer by an 11-year-old, and something older and colder beneath it, something that was assessing this new development with the specific attention of a problem solver. "Give it to me." "No," Harry said. Quirrell took a step forward. Then stopped. Then, with the quality of a marionette whose operator has just taken control, unwound the turban from around his head. Harry had been expecting something. He had not been expecting a face on the back of Voldemort's head. He stood in the blue torchlit room and looked at it, the chalk-white face, flat and serpentine, the slitted red eyes that focused on him with a clarity that was nothing like Quirrell's muddied doubleness, a clarity that was ancient and cold and completely certain of itself. It was a face designed to be terrifying, and it was terrifying, and Harry let himself know that without letting it stop him. "Harry Potter," the face said, in a voice like something scraping across stone. "Voldemort," Harry said. A pause. The red eyes moved over him with a quality of assessment. "You have grown brave since the last time we met." "I was 14 months old. I don't remember the last time we met." "I remember it," Voldemort said, and the quality of the word suggested that the memory was not pleasant. "Give me the stone. We can discuss what I know about your parents." About that night. Harry felt something move in him, not quite the rage he'd been careful about all term, but something adjacent to it, the specific anger of someone being offered a bribe with their own currency. "What you know about my parents," he said, "is not a bargaining chip. It's information I'm owed regardless." "Nothing in this world is owed to anyone," Voldemort said. "I know you believe that," Harry said. "I think it's the most important thing about you, actually. You've never trusted anything you didn't control, and you've never controlled anything you didn't break first." He paused. "That's why you're on the back of someone else's head." The red eyes narrowed. "The stone," Voldemort said, and his voice had dropped to something quieter and more precise. "Give it to me, or I will take it from your body." "Quirrell," Harry said, not to Voldemort but to the front of the head, to the man who was still somewhere in there. "Quirrell. You're still in there. I know you are." "Don't," Voldemort said. "Your name is in the audit," Harry said, speaking to Quirrell, watching the front of the face for the flicker of response that was Quirrell rather than his passenger. 3 years of payments, 1988 to 1991. That means at some point someone thought you were worth paying. Someone thought you were a person who made choices and kept agreements." A pause. "What did he offer you? What was worth this?" "Be silent," Voldemort said. "He offered me power," Quirrell said, in his own voice, faint, coming through the doubleness of a man who had been hosting something for months and was fraying at the edges of himself. "He offered me, I was nothing. A stuttering fool who no one, Quirinus," Voldemort said, and the authority in it was massive and old and clearly effective because Quirrell's mouth closed. But his hand moved. Toward Harry, yes, raised, reaching for the stone. But the motion was wrong. Too slow. Too uncertain, the way movements are when two intentions are operating a body at slightly different speeds. Harry took a step back. Quirrell took a step forward. The gap between them was 6 feet, and then 4, and Harry did the calculation of what happened in the next 2 seconds. He grabbed Quirrell's wrist. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Quirrell screamed, a real scream, the whole-body response of someone in genuine agony, and yanked back, and where Harry's hand had been, Quirrell's skin had gone red and cracked and was beginning to blister in a way that was wrong, medically wrong, injury wrong. Harry had burned him. Not with fire, with his bare hand. The touch had caused injury. His mother's protection. The thing that Dumbledore had mentioned in passing, in that brief, loaded conversation about Harry being safe, the old magic, the most ancient kind, the love his mother gave him in dying, it was in his skin, in his blood, and it reacted to Voldemort the way alkalis reacted to acids, with a violence that was chemical and irreversible. Harry grabbed him again. Both hands this time, both of Quirrell's forearms, and Quirrell screamed again and Voldemort screamed too, a different sound, thinner, more frightened, the sound of something that thought it was indestructible encountering the specific edge of what it was not. The room was very bright suddenly, the blue torchlight gone white, and Harry felt it in his hands, not pain, exactly, but heat, and behind the heat something massive and elemental pouring through him that was not something he was creating but something he was conducting. He held on. Quirrell's skin was deteriorating rapidly, the forearms, the hands, crumbling at the contact points the way paper crumbles when you hold it too close to fire. The man's face was a mask of agony, and behind it, in the eyes, at the last, something that might have been relief. The relief of someone who had been somewhere they never wanted to be and was finally leaving. Harry held on until he couldn't. The darkness came up fast, the way darkness does when it's not sleep but something more complete, and the last thing he felt was the stone, still in his pocket, and the last thing he heard was the sound of Quirrell's body hitting the stone floor, and the last thing he thought, clearly and specifically, was, "Tell Hermione I found the stone." He woke to white. Not the white of the mirror's light but the white of the hospital wing, which was a very different quality of white, linen white, competent white, the white of a place designed for recovery rather than confrontation. He blinked at the ceiling for a moment, taking stock. He was in a bed. He was warm. His hands, when he looked at them, were fine, no burns, no damage, just his hands. The stone was on the bedside table. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he looked at the rest of the room. Dumbledore was sitting in the chair beside his bed, and for once the old man was not performing anything, not warmth, not control, not the comfortable authority of a headmaster at ease in his school. He was sitting with his hands loosely folded and his eyes on Harry with an expression that was just a person looking at another person and not doing anything else. "How long?" Harry said. 3 days, Dumbledore said. "You've been unconscious for 3 days." Harry processed this. Quirrell. "Dead," Dumbledore said quietly. "The possession, I suppose, is the closest word. When it ended, the body couldn't sustain itself independently. What had been Voldemort fled." A pause. "He's gone. Not destroyed, not entirely. I believe your assessment about his persistence was correct, and I want you to know that your assessment was also more current than mine, which is something I will need to sit with for some time." His voice was very level. "But he's gone from Hogwarts. Gone from Quirrell. Diminished significantly." "The stone," Harry said. "Nicholas Flamel has been informed. He and his wife are, accepting what that means, for them, with a grace that is perhaps easier after 600 years of living." He paused. "The stone will be destroyed." Harry looked at the stone on the bedside table. Small and red and brilliant, still. He thought about everything it had meant to Quirrell, the promise of something that would be worth the cost of what he'd let into himself. He thought about what it meant to Voldemort, survival, reconstitution, the body he needed for everything that came after. "He'll find another way," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Eventually." "Not eventually. Soon. He's been trying to get back for 10 years and he's not the kind of thing that stops trying." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. "No," he agreed. "He's not." Harry sat up slowly. His body felt wrung out in the way of something that had conducted too much of something too quickly, and he had the persistent sense of the hospital wing having been a longer interruption than 3 days felt from the inside. "Hermione and Ron," he said. "Safe," Dumbledore said immediately. "Miss Granger reached my office 20 minutes after you went below. She and Mr. Weasley waited at the entrance to the corridor for 3 hours before Aurors arrived to assist." He paused, and this pause had something in it. "She didn't come in after you." "I asked her not to," Harry said. "She was not pleased about it," Dumbledore said, and this was perhaps the only moment in the entire conversation that had anything resembling warmth in it. "No," Harry said. "She wouldn't be." The silence between them was different from their previous silences. Not comfortable, it was too early for comfortable, and Harry suspected it might always be too early with Albus Dumbledore, that the specific comfort of uncomplicated ease was not something they were going to get to. But it was honest, which was its own thing. The Wizengamot findings, Harry said. Are proceeding, Dumbledore said. The independent committee Fudge announced is being staffed by Marchbanks, which Fudge did not intend but found himself unable to prevent without looking worse than he already does. A pause. The restitution calculations are being done. My accounts, a beat, carefully placed, have been restricted pending resolution. Good, Harry said, without venom. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. I suppose it is. The Order of the Phoenix, Harry said. Is it still operational? Dormant, Dumbledore said. But I believe you're correct that it will need to be active again. Sooner than I'd prefer. Then it needs proper funding, Harry said. Not from my estate. Properly sourced, properly documented, with oversight. He looked at the old man. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. I'm saying it should exist honestly. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. You would be willing to, I'm saying it's worth discussing, Harry said. When the restitution is settled. When the accounts are resolved. When there's a legal, documented framework that Gringotts can audit and the Wizengamot can see. He paused. I'm not going to fund a shadow organization. But a properly constituted one. Another pause. My parents died fighting Voldemort. I understand what the fight costs. The old man was quiet for a long moment. Your father, Dumbledore said, would have argued with me for 3 hours and then agreed to exactly the same thing. Tell me more about my father, Harry said. And Dumbledore, for the first time, told him without managing the telling, without shaping it toward any lesson, without calibrating the image. He told him the honest version, which included the difficult parts, and Harry sat in the hospital wing bed and listened to the real shape of a man he'd never known, and it was complicated and insufficient and the most valuable thing the old man had given him. Hermione and Ron came in the morning of the 4th day, which was technically a Sunday and therefore visiting hours were not restricted, which Hermione had clearly confirmed before arriving because she appeared at exactly 9 o'clock with the punctuality of someone who had been awake significantly earlier and was maintaining a social fiction about it. Ron brought chocolate frogs and half a treacle tart wrapped in a napkin that he said his mom had sent, which Harry accepted with the specific gratitude of someone who had lived 11 years in a house where food was measured out as a form of control. Hermione sat down, placed her notebook on her knee, looked at him for one long moment, and then said, I was furious with you. I know, he said. I understand why you did it, she said. I'm still furious, he said. Moderately, she said. It's reducing. I'm sorry I didn't wait for Dumbledore, he said. You were right that I should have sent a message first. I could have done both. Run toward it and sent Hedwig at the same time. She looked at him with the expression of someone being offered accurate accountability and deciding what to do with it. Yes, she said. You could have. Next time, he said, if there's a next time, and there will be, because that's apparently what this is now, I will send the owl first. And then you'll still go, she said. Probably, he said, honestly. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she opened her notebook. The committee findings are going to be preliminary in 3 weeks. There's a Wizengamot special session scheduled to review the restitution calculations. Ragnarok sent a courier. Apparently the War Council has issued a formal holding position pending the session, which means the mobilization clause is technically active but suspended. Not resolved, Ron said, from the other bed where he'd sprawled out with a chocolate frog. Suspended. There's a difference, Hermione confirmed. Ragnarok told me the difference on my first visit, Harry said. The accord says active conflict can be suspended by bilateral agreement and a formal proceeding. It can only be resolved by full restitution and treaty. So the war isn't over, Ron said. The war is paused, Harry said. Which is either better or worse depending on what the committee finds and what the Wisengamot session decides. And Voldemort, Hermione said, and the name in her mouth was careful but present. She'd been practicing it, Harry thought, the deliberate use of it as a discipline against the fear. The threat doesn't go away. No, Harry said. It was always there. We just know the shape of it more clearly now. We should tell Ragnarok, Ron said, in the straightforward tone that was one of his better qualities. That Voldemort was trying to steal the stone. That it was Quirrell. That the stone is gone. Ragnarok had the stone in his vault before Dumbledore moved it, Harry said, slowly. He hadn't thought about that fully until now. Vault 713. Gringotts was the first place Quirrell tried to steal it from. The break-in that Hagrid mentioned, the same day you visited Gringotts, Hermione said. The same day Hagrid collected the package from Vault 713. Someone told Quirrell the stone was being moved that day, Harry said. Someone who knew Dumbledore's plans in advance. The room was quiet. The audit, Hermione said. Quirrell's payments. Who was coordinating the payments? Not Dumbledore directly, the disbursements to Quirrell came through a secondary account. Harry looked at the stone on the bedside table. He thought about the secondary accounts. About the 23 names beneath the primary 17. About one name in particular that had appeared on the secondary list without explanation, an account coded W that the audit had flagged as unresolved, no named holder identified, irregular payments, the most recent just 6 weeks ago. There's someone else, he said. There's someone in the network who was feeding Quirrell information. Who has been active inside Dumbledore's circle for years. The audit flagged an unresolved account, coded W, no named holder. Hermione's pen had gone still. Wormtail, Harry said. W. Wormtail. The audit had that name without an identity attached, Hermione said. I flagged it for follow-up and then the hearing preparation. We need to give it to Ragnarok, Harry said. Now. Today. Because if there's someone inside the Order, inside Dumbledore's trusted network, who was feeding information to Quirrell, that same person is still there. Undiscovered. With accounts that have been receiving funds that we've documented. Ron sat up very straight. You think someone betrayed your parents? The words hit the room like a stone hitting water, and the ripples of them moved outward. Harry looked at the name in his memory. Wormtail. An account receiving payment. An unresolved identity. A code name for someone who had been in the network long enough to be paid, to have an account, to be a recurring entry in a financial record that had been running since 1981. Since the month his parents died. Yes, Harry said. I think someone betrayed my parents. I think the money trail tells us who it is. And I think they've been under everyone's noses for 10 years. He looked at Hermione. We need Ragnarok. She already had her bag packed. Of course she did. Chapter 6, the piece of unequal terms. The letter to Ragnarok went out with Hedwig that Sunday evening, and the reply came back before Harry left the hospital wing, faster than post had any right to be, which told him Ragnarok had been expecting something like this. The reply was one sentence. Come to Gringotts when you are released. Bring everything. Harry was released Monday morning by Madame Pomfrey, who gave him the look she reserved for students. She expected to be back shortly and told him to eat properly, rest adequately, and avoid whatever had put him in her care in the first place. He thanked her sincerely and meant it and knew he was going to disappoint her on every count. McGonagall stopped him in the corridor outside the hospital wing. She was waiting there with the quality of someone who had not been standing there long but had specifically arranged to be there at this time, and she looked at him over her glasses with the sharp, considering expression she'd had since the Gringotts letters in September and had never entirely lost. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor. You will come to my office this afternoon, she said. Not a summons. An invitation. There are things I should have said earlier in the year that I find I can no longer delay. He looked at her. She was holding herself in the particular way of someone carrying something they decided to put down. "For a clock," he said. "For a clock," she agreed, and walked away. He went to find his friends. Hermione had compiled everything overnight. She'd made 3 copies, original, working copy, and archive, organized by subject in the color-coded system she'd developed over the term, and the relevant section on the unresolved W account was tabbed in orange, which she'd designated for urgent unresolved matters 3 months ago in a moment of organizational foresight that was, Harry thought, one of the more useful things she'd ever done. They sat in the corner of the common room, the 3 of them, and went through it. The W account received its first payment in November 1981. 12 galleons, a small amount, almost invisible in the larger accounting, which was presumably the point. Then nothing until 1982, when the payments became quarterly. Never large. Never consistent enough to draw attention in the noise of the larger disbursements. Always paid through the same secondary routing account that Ragnarok's audit team had flagged as belonging to a private holding structure registered to no named individual. 12 galleons in November 1981, Ron said, reading over Hermione's shoulder. What does that buy? What's the exchange rate on 12 galleons? About £60, Hermione said. In Muggle money. So 12 galleons is nothing, Ron said. That's almost nothing. It's not about the amount, Harry said. It's about the timing. November 1981. The month after Halloween. He looked at the entry. Someone received 12 galleons 1 month after my parents died. I think that was payment for something done before they died. The room was quiet. Information, Hermione said. Whoever this was gave someone information about your parents' location. About where they were hiding. She paused. And then received payment after it worked. 12 galleons, Ron said, and his voice had gone flat and strange. Someone got 12 galleons they got more than 12 galleons over the following 10 years, Harry said. The first payment was small. I think it was the closing payment on an agreement that was made earlier. The rest, he gestured at the quarterly entries, I think the rest is ongoing cooperation. Ongoing information. Someone who stayed useful. Useful to who? Hermione said. Voldemort is gone after 1981. Who's the paymaster? Harry had been thinking about this since the hospital wing. The account receives payments from the Potter Estate secondary network. Meaning Dumbledore's distribution system is the mechanism. But that doesn't mean Dumbledore is the paymaster. He looked at them both. What if Dumbledore doesn't know who W is? What if the payments were routed through his system without his knowledge? Someone inserted themselves into the distribution network and has been receiving funds from it for 10 years. Hermione went still. That would mean, someone in Dumbledore's inner circle has access to the disbursement architecture and has been using it for their own purposes, Harry said. Hidden inside the larger theft, which they probably knew would never be scrutinized because nobody was supposed to scrutinize any of it. Until you did, Ron said. Until Ragnarok did, Harry corrected. I just asked the right question. Ron looked at the entries. At the 10 years of quarterly payments, small and steady and patient. Wormtail, he said. Do you know what it means? The name? Nickname, Harry said. Someone small, probably. Someone who keeps close to the ground. He thought about the kind of person who would betray their closest friends for 12 galleons and then spend 10 years maintaining the arrangement. Someone who has always found powerful people to shelter near. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. We need to tell Ragnarok first, Harry said. Ragnarok has the audit infrastructure. He can trace the holding account further than we can. He said there were third-party shell structures he could pursue given time. He may already have. He stood up. I want to know who W is before I put the name in Dumbledore's hands, because if the person is someone Dumbledore trusts, I need to understand that before I hand it over. You don't trust his reaction, Hermione said. I trust that he'll want to handle it his way, Harry said. Which is different from the way that produces accountability. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stood up and tucked the orange-tabbed section into a separate folder. I'm coming to Gringotts, she said. I know, Harry said. Me too, said Ron, who was already putting his jacket on. McGonagall's office at 4 o'clock was a different kind of room than Dumbledore's, less cluttered with significance, more functional, the spare tidiness of someone who believed a clear desk produced clear thinking. She sat behind it with her hands folded and looked at Harry across the surface with the directness she applied to everything. He'd been to Gringotts in the morning. He knew who W was. He sat across from McGonagall and waited for her to begin, because she had invited him here and she had things she'd decided to say, and the discipline of waiting for people to say the things they'd organized themselves to say was one worth maintaining. I owe you an explanation, she said. More than an explanation. But I'll start there. All right, he said. I knew your parents well, she said. James and Lily Potter were among the finest students this school ever produced, and two of the finest people I have known. When they died, she paused, and the pause was not performance, it was the genuine pause of someone who lost something they still feel the loss of. It was among the hardest nights of my life. She looked at her hands for a moment. I argued against leaving you with the Dursleys, she said. I want you to know that. I surveilled that family for a full day before Dumbledore placed you there. I told him they were the worst kind of muggles. I told him that boy, that Dudley, would be raised alongside you and it would be wretched for you. I told him it was wrong. He did it anyway, Harry said. He believed the protection was necessary, she said. The blood protection, your mother's sacrifice, it required you to live with her family. I understood the magical logic. I did not understand, I told myself the domestic situation would be monitored. She stopped. I did not monitor it adequately. That is mine to own. Harry looked at her. At the way she was holding herself, straight-backed, direct, the posture of someone not asking to be absolved but intent on honest accounting. I believe, she said, that you have the right to know what I know, and to hear it from me rather than from a ministry document or a Gringotts audit file. So, what do you want to know? Harry thought about what he'd learned that morning. About W. Peter Pettigrew, he said. McGonagall went absolutely still. The name sat in the room between them. He's dead, she said, and her voice had a different quality, the flat quality of a fact that was suddenly unreliable. He's not, Harry said. Ragnarok traced the holding account this morning. The shell structure registered to no named individual goes through 4 layers of misdirection and ends at an account opened in 1979 under the name Peter Pettigrew, Gryffindor alumni, listed as deceased November 1981. He watched her face. He's not deceased. He's been receiving payments from the Potter Estate secondary network for 10 years. Quarterly. Small amounts. The kind of small amounts that are designed to stay invisible inside a larger system. McGonagall said nothing. Her face had the look of someone undergoing a rapid, terrible recalibration, not about the facts, which she was clearly taking on board with the focused precision of someone who had trained themselves to receive difficult information, but about the implications of the facts. He was your friend, Harry said. He was my father's friend. He was, yes. She stopped. Gathered herself. He was part of your parents' circle. James and Lily trusted him completely. He was, I always thought he was not the most capable of them, not the most powerful, but he was warm and loyal and, she stopped again. He was their secret keeper. The room was very quiet. Their secret keeper, Harry said slowly. For the Fidelius charm. Yes, McGonagall said. We believed, when Sirius Black, she closed her eyes briefly. After your parents died, Sirius Black was accused of killing Pettigrew and 12 muggles. Pettigrew's body was never found. We assumed, the street, the explosion, we assumed there was nothing to find. Sirius Black, Harry said. He's in Azkaban, she said. He was convicted, without a trial, Harry said, because Ragnarok had noted the absence of trial records in a morning conversation that had been very full of things Harry was still processing. Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Pettigrew betrayed my parents' location. And Sirius Black went to Azkaban for it without a trial while the actual traitor faked his death and spent 10 years receiving hush money from the Potter estate through a disbursement network Dumbledore controlled. McGonagall's hands were very still on her desk. The expression on her face was one Harry had not seen from her before, not her teaching face, not her administrative face. Something raw. Something that was grief and fury in equal measure, pressed together into the expression of someone who has just understood that a wrong they thought was finished has been running, unpunished, for a very long time. Sirius Black, she said, is in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit. Yes, Harry said. She was quiet for a long moment. What are you going to do? She said. He looked at her steadily. I'm going to add it to the Wizengamot proceeding, he said. The restitution committee is meeting in 3 weeks. The W account documentation goes in as a supplementary exhibit. Pettigrew's financial history, traced through Ragnarok's audit, establishing his survival and his participation in the network. He paused. And I'm going to formally request a review of the conviction of Sirius Black. On what grounds, she said, and her voice was precise and careful. On the grounds that the primary witness against him is alive, identifiably active in a documented financial network, and was the actual traitor whose crime Black was accused of. He met her eyes. Ragnarok is drafting the filing. Gringotts is a party to the proceeding, which gives the filing institutional weight. The ministry will resist it, she said. The ministry resists everything, Harry said. And we've done fine so far. She looked at him for a long moment, the long look she gave him sometimes, the one that was assessing something she'd thought she knew and kept finding to be more than she expected. Then she said, quietly, your father would have burned the building down and sorted the paperwork later. I know, Harry said. I'm trying a different approach. I think, she said, with the careful delivery of someone stating something that cost them the assumption they'd started with, that your approach is better. A pause. I also think you should know that I will be resigning my position as head of Gryffindor at the end of the year if the institutional response to all of this does not include meaningful accountability. Harry looked at her. Please don't do that on my account. It would be on my own account, she said. For my own failures and those of this institution. She looked at her hands. I should have watched better. I should have fought harder. I told myself Dumbledore knew best and I used that as an excuse not to look too closely at things I found uncomfortable. She met his eyes. That is not a Gryffindor's way of handling anything. Harry looked at the woman across the desk from him and thought about the specific kind of courage it took to say that, not the courage of charging into danger, which was easy, comparatively, but the courage of honest self-accounting. Don't resign, he said. Gryffindor needs someone who's learned from this. An empty chair doesn't correct anything. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you are very like your mother. Everyone keeps telling me that, Harry said. She argued exactly like you do, McGonagall said, and there was something in her voice that was as close to warmth as the woman ever got without losing the stringency that was inseparable from her. Precisely. Without sentiment. Without giving an inch she hadn't decided to give. Harry stood to leave. Mr. Potter, she said. He paused at the door. Whatever happens next, she said, with the hearing, with Pettigrew, with, a pause, with all of it. I want you to know that what you have done this year, at 11 years old, with no support structure, no knowledge, no preparation, is extraordinary. Not just the audit, not just the Wizengamot. All of it. The way you've handled it. She held his gaze. Extraordinary. He looked at her for a moment. Thank you, he said, and meant it without qualification. He went out into the corridor and stood in the stone quiet of it and breathed, and felt the specific weight of a year that was almost done pressing down and then easing, and then walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. The Wizengamot special session was on a Thursday in the second week of June. The summer term had 5 weeks left, exams had come and gone. Harry had sat them with the focused efficiency of someone who had spent the entire year reading well above the required material, and the results would not surprise anyone who had been paying attention, and Hogwarts had the particular quality it got in late spring, light lasting past 9 o'clock and the grounds full of students making the most of it. Harry moved through it. Did his homework, played Quidditch. The Gryffindor team had won the cup in March, which felt like a very long time ago, spent evenings in the common room with Ron and Hermione in the easy rhythm they'd found, talking about things that were not always the audit and not always Voldemort and not always the hearing. About books and Quidditch and whether the elective choices in third year were genuinely flexible or merely theoretically so. About Ron's brothers and Hermione's parents and what Harry thought he might do in the summer. The summer question was new. He'd never had to think about what he wanted to do in a summer before, because summers at the Dursleys were not occasions for planning. They were occasions for endurance. You don't have to go back there, Hermione said, one evening. Matter of fact. Not a question. Dumbledore says the blood protection. Dumbledore is not currently in a position to make unilateral decisions about your living arrangements, she said, in the tone she used for statements of fact. He knows it. You know it. The Restitution Committee has formally recognized you as an independent estate heir, which means any guardianship arrangement is subject to your own review. I looked into it, Harry said. I know you did, she said. I helped you look into it. The Longbottoms, he said. Neville's grandmother offered. Augusta Longbottom sent a letter through Ragnarok. I think she was embarrassed about the financial connection to the audit and decided the best way to demonstrate good faith was to offer something concrete. Is it a good offer? Ron asked. It's a formal offer of guest accommodation for the summer, with access to their library and their estate grounds. Harry paused. It's the kind of thing you'd offer someone you were trying to make amends to. Is that uncomfortable? Hermione asked. He thought about it. No, he said. I think honest amends is one of the better things people can do. I'd rather live somewhere people are trying than somewhere people have stopped. Then accept it, she said. He accepted it the next morning, and wrote Augusta Longbottom a reply that was gracious without being excessive, and felt the specific unfamiliar sensation of a summer being planned for rather than survived. The special session was not like the first hearing. The first hearing had been charged, the air of it, the quality of people waiting to see what would happen, the sense of something being decided for the first time. The special session had the quality of people who had already decided something and were now managing the consequences of the decision, which was more complicated and less dramatic but arguably more important. Harry sat in the observer section rather than the central chair. His testimony was on record. The proceedings today were about the committee findings, the restitution calculations, and the supplementary Pettigrew filing that Ragnarok had submitted 2 weeks ago. Hermione was beside him. Ron was on his other side. Ragnarok sat in the Gringotts observer position with 2 legal representatives. Above them, in the press gallery, Skeeter and 11 other journalists. Marchbanks, in the Wizengamot, with a copy of the committee findings already annotated in 3 colors. Fudge was at the apex. He looked like a man who had aged 5 years and 6 months, which Harry supposed was accurate. The lime green bowler hat was absent today, which was the most visible indicator of how much had changed. The small performance of confidence that the hat had represented was something Fudge could no longer sustain. Dumbledore was not in the Wizengamot today. He was in the observer section, on the opposite side from Harry, and he sat with his hands folded and his silver head bent slightly forward in the posture of someone listening carefully to proceedings in which they are no longer the central actor. Their eyes met once, at the beginning, and Harry nodded. not warmly, not coldly. Just the acknowledgement of two people who knew each other and had agreed to be in the same room without making it more complicated than it needed to be today. Dumbledore nodded back. His eyes, across the chamber, were something Harry still found difficult to simplify, still complicated, still sharp, still carrying the grief of someone who had made a large mistake while believing something genuine. Harry looked away and focused on the session. The committee findings were methodical and thorough in the specific way of Griselda Marchbank's work, which was the work of someone who had spent 40 years ensuring that large examinations were conducted with precision and had applied that same precision to this. 47,293,412 galleons. Plus compound interest calculated from date of disbursement. Plus the accord-specified penalties. Total recovery due, 61,840,000 galleons, which was a number that produced a visible reaction in the chamber, not surprise, exactly, since the preliminary figures had been published, but the recurring human response to large figures becoming formally real. Paid from the estates of all named primary parties, proportional to their disbursement amounts. Ministry official participants to be subject to individual judicial proceedings. Dumbledore's personal restitution amount was 9,400,000 galleons with compound interest. His personal account, already restricted, would cover approximately 7 million. The remaining 2.4 million would be met through a structured divestment of certain properties and investments held in his name. Harry listened to the numbers and felt nothing about them in the way you feel nothing about the successful resolution of a calculation. The numbers weren't the point. The numbers were the proof that the point had been established. Then the clerk reached the Pettigrew filing. The chamber shifted. Not loudly, no gasping, no drama. Just the visible reorganization of people encountering new information that required adjusting several existing assumptions simultaneously. The clerk read the findings methodically: account traced, identity established, payments documented, survival confirmed as of the most recent payment received 6 weeks prior. Peter Pettigrew, alive. Peter Pettigrew, in hiding. Peter Pettigrew, the secret keeper who had betrayed James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. Sirius Black's name entered the record for the first time. Convicted without trial. Imprisoned at Azkaban for 11 years. Primary evidence against him, the testimony of Aurors who had arrived at the scene of a street explosion, not including testimony from any surviving witness. No trial. No hearing. Committed to Azkaban by ministerial order under wartime emergency provisions that had never been formally revoked. Marchbanks moved immediately. I propose a formal motion to initiate review proceedings into the conviction of Sirius Black, she said, and her voice carried the flat authority of someone who had waited for exactly this moment and had the procedural knowledge to make it count. On grounds of newly discovered evidence establishing the survival of the named witness and the misidentification of the perpetrating party. The motion required a seconder. Harry watched the chamber. Watched the Wisengamot members look at each other, the rapid social geometry of 50 people calculating the cost of being the one to second a motion that would implicate the ministry directly in an unlawful imprisonment. A hand went up. Harry recognized the wizard, Tiberius Ogden, a middle-aged member with no connection to the audit's named parties, someone whose name had appeared on Arthur Weasley's list as genuinely independent. Seconded, Ogden said. 33 to 12 in favor of initiating the review. 33. Harry looked at the number. It was better than 29. In a different way from 29, this vote had a more complete quality, the quality of a chamber that had been through something together and had emerged with a working majority that was not contingent on the specific drama of the first hearing. A working majority built from accountability rather than spectacle. He looked at Ron and saw Ron looking at the number 2. 33, Ron said quietly. It moves, Harry said, and he was thinking of his father's friends, of the specific wrongness of a man in Azkaban for 11 years for someone else's crime, of the specific complexity of what it meant that the person who should have corrected that wrong had been Dumbledore, who had known Sirius Black was innocent and had managed it the way he managed things, with the quiet certainty that he would address it in his own time in his own way. He didn't look at Dumbledore. Not yet. Later. There was a conversation to be had about Sirius Black that was going to be difficult, and Harry was going to have it, and it was going to produce either cooperation or a reckoning, and he didn't know which yet. But today was not that conversation. Today was the vote, and the vote was 33. After the session ended and the chamber was filing out, Ragnarok appeared beside Harry in the corridor. The old goblin moved through the ministry building with the absolute ease of someone exercising a right rather than accepting a privilege, and the ministry officials who moved out of his path did so with the specific body language of people who had recently learned something about the cost of not doing so. The restitution timeline, Ragnarok said, is 18 months for full settlement. Marchbanks insisted on accountability mechanisms, quarterly reporting to both the Wizengamot Oversight Committee and Gringotts. If any named party defaults, the accord penalties compound, Harry said. Significantly, Ragnarok said. The structure is, in the end, more favorable to us than the original pre-Article 7 scenario would have been. He paused. The War Council will review the suspension of the mobilization clause at its next meeting. I expect the suspension to be formalized into a ceasefire pending full settlement. And then? Harry said. And then the ceasefire is reviewed at 18 months, when the settlement is due. Ragnarok looked at him. And if the settlement is complete, if the full 61 million is recovered, the penalties paid, the treaty terms honored, another pause, the deliberate kind, then we discuss the terms of a new accord. Harry looked at him. A new accord. The 1347 accord is 9 centuries old, Ragnarok said. Its terms reflect the assumptions of 1347. I believe there are terms worth renegotiating. He held Harry's gaze. I believe there are rights worth establishing in formal treaty that have been denied for too long, and I believe this proceeding, the visibility of it, the documentation, the Wizengamot record, has created a moment in which the negotiation is possible in a way it has not previously been. Harry thought about what Ragnarok was saying. About what a new treaty between goblins and the wizarding world might look like. About what rights worth establishing meant coming from an institution that had operated for 9 centuries without the recognition of the people it served. I'm 11 years old, Harry said. You are aware of that, Ragnarok said. I can't negotiate a treaty. No, Ragnarok said. But you have influence in a number of rooms you did not have access to 3 months ago. And you have demonstrated a consistent interest in accurate accounting. He looked at Harry with those amber eyes, and the thing in them was not warmth, it never was, but it was something he had come to recognize as genuine. I am not asking you to negotiate. I am asking you to continue to be interested in what is owed to people who are owed things. Harry held that for a moment. I'm interested, he said. Good, Ragnarok said, and walked away. He found Dumbledore in the corridor outside the atrium. Not accidentally, he'd seen the old man moving toward the lift and had followed, not quickly, just purposefully, and Dumbledore had either heard him or known he was coming, because he was waiting at the corridor's end by the window that looked out at the grey London afternoon, hands folded, already composed for whatever was coming. Sirius Black, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. You knew he was innocent. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment that had a great deal of weight in it. I believed he was innocent, he said. I was not certain. The evidence at the scene, you didn't push for a trial, Harry said. If you'd pushed for a trial, it would have happened. You were the most powerful wizard in Britain. If Albus Dumbledore had walked into the ministry in November 1981 and said this man deserves a trial, he would have gotten one. The ministry was in chaos. You have operated effectively in the ministry during chaos before and since, Harry said, evenly. I'm not asking you to argue it. I'm telling you what the record shows. He looked at the old man. Why? Why didn't you push? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The kind of long moment that was not evasion but genuine consideration, the kind where the honest answer was being found rather than the useful one being constructed. "Because I was afraid," Dumbledore said finally, and his voice was very quiet. "I was afraid of what a trial might surface. About the order. We had operated outside the law for years, Harry, and with good reason, but the law does not distinguish between good and expedient reasons. A trial for Sirius would have opened the Order's operations to scrutiny at the worst possible moment." He met Harry's eyes. "I told myself I would correct it. When things settled. When the time was right." He paused. 11 years is a very long time for things to settle. Harry looked at him. At the old face, carrying something it had been carrying for a long time. "He's been in Azkaban for 11 years, Harry said. "For my parents' deaths. For something he didn't do." A pause. "The review proceedings will take time. I want you to cooperate fully with them. Everything you know about the Fidelius charm, about that night, about Pettigrew, all of it. Documented. Complete. Given to the review committee without managing what they receive." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I will." "I want him out," Harry said. "I want Sirius Black out of Azkaban. I don't know him. I don't know if I don't know what it will be. But he was my father's best friend and he's been in a prison for something he didn't do and I want it corrected." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Your father's son," he said, and this time it wasn't the complicated pride from the hospital wing. It was simpler. Just an honest statement. "Tell me something about him," Harry said. "Something real. Not the version that makes your choices easier to understand, something real." Dumbledore thought for a moment. "James Potter once spent an entire Quidditch practice flying in the wrong direction because he was having an argument with the wind," he said. "He was convinced that if he flew directly into it long enough, it would change course." Harry looked at him. "He was wrong, obviously," Dumbledore said. "But he was absolutely certain the wind would eventually see reason. That was James Potter. The certainty that if you engaged something directly enough, honestly enough, for long enough, he stopped. That is also, I think, you." Harry looked out the window at the grey London afternoon. "Thank you," he said. It was the most complicated thank you he'd ever given and Dumbledore understood that, and nodded, and they went their separate ways down the corridor. There was one more thing. He did it alone. Not from secrecy but from the sense that some things needed to be done by a specific person without the necessary complexity of witnesses. He went to the location Ragnarok had identified from the financial records, a small house in a Muggle suburb of London that the Pettigrew account had listed as a correspondence address in one of the earlier quarterly payment cycles. He wasn't going to find Pettigrew there. He knew that. Pettigrew was too careful, had been too careful for too long to be found at a correspondence address. The address had been flagged to the Auror office. Rufus Scrimgeour, who headed the DMLE and was apparently one of the Wisengamot members who had voted in favor of the Black Review, had assigned 2 Aurors to begin the search. He wasn't there for Pettigrew. He was there because the address corresponded, when he cross-referenced it, to something else in the audit records. A notation he'd found in the final pages of the secondary account documentation, filed under Associated Properties, a record that this address had been used for correspondence related to the payment to the account of A. Fig, cross-referencing back to Arabella Fig, back to the payments for watching him in Little Whinging, and the notation suggesting that whoever coordinated the Fig payments had done so partly through this address. He stood outside the house and looked at it. Nondescript, quiet, the specific anonymity of a place that wanted not to be looked at. Net curtains in the window. He knocked. The door opened. The man who opened it was small and rat-faced in a way that seemed less like description and more like identity, thin, pale, with the particular darting attentiveness of someone whose primary long-term strategy had been staying unnoticed. He looked at Harry for 1 second in which recognition, terror, and a kind of terrible resignation moved across his face in rapid sequence. He tried to close the door. Harry put his foot in it. Not hard, not threatening, just present. "My name is Harry Potter," Harry said. "And I'd like to talk to you about 12 Galleons in November 1981. Peter Pettigrew looked at him with the eyes of someone who had been running for 11 years and has arrived at the wall they always knew was at the end of the corridor. "Come in," he said, in a small voice. And opened the door. He didn't conduct an interrogation. He wasn't equipped for it, wasn't interested in it, and had learned enough about the getting of information to know that interrogation was a blunt instrument. What he did was sit across a kitchen table from a small frightened man and talk to him with the flat, methodical honesty he'd used in the Wizengamot, and watch Peter Pettigrew answer him with the hollow relief of someone who has been carrying something too heavy for too long and has just been given the chance to set it down. Pettigrew talked for an hour and 40 minutes. He talked about the war and about Voldemort and about the specific moment he'd made his decision, not a dramatic moment, not a choice made from conviction. A small, frightened moment, the choice of a small, frightened man who had been offered safety in exchange for something he'd told himself wasn't really his to protect. He talked about James and Lily Potter with the voice of someone who had loved them and betrayed them and had not resolved those two things in 11 years. He talked about the payment. About the 12 Galleons. Voldemort had paid him in advance. The 12 Galleons from the Potter estate, routed through Dumbledore's disbursement network by. Pettigrew's pale eyes were careful here, and Harry noted it, someone who had known the architecture of the network and inserted the payment as though it had always belonged there. Someone who had known where to find a record entry that would look like an administrative disbursement and not like what it was. "Quirrell?" Harry asked. "No," Pettigrew said. "Before Quirrell. Before all of this." He looked at his hands. There was someone else. Someone in the Order. Someone who was, not on Voldemort's side, not exactly, but not entirely on anyone's side. Someone who arranged things. "Name," Harry said. Pettigrew told him. Harry sat with it for a moment. Then he stood up, and looked at Peter Pettigrew across the kitchen table, and felt, not pity, exactly, and not contempt, because contempt was too simple for something this complex. What he felt was the specific clarity of someone who has arrived at the last piece of a large puzzle and can now see the whole picture, and found it was both worse and more understandable than he'd expected. "I'm going to contact the Aurors," he said. "They'll arrive within the hour. I'd recommend staying. Running makes everything worse, and you've been running for 11 years, and I think you know that hasn't resolved anything." Pettigrew said nothing. "You'll be charged," Harry said. "That's going to happen, and I'm not going to do anything to prevent it. But your testimony, complete, honest, documented, is the thing that gets Sirius Black out of Azkaban. And I think you know you owe him that." Peter Pettigrew looked at the table. "Yes," he said, very quietly. Harry left. He sent a Patronus, he'd been practicing, because Hermione had found a reference to the charm and declared it useful and they'd both been working at it for weeks, and his was a stag, which he'd noted and filed in the place where he kept things that mattered. The stag crossed the distance to the Auror office with the specific luminous speed of concentrated magic, and Harry stood in the Muggle Street and watched it go and thought about his father. Then he went back to Hogwarts. The last day of term was warm and chaotic and full of trunks being dragged down staircases and owls protesting confinement and the general jubilant disorder of several hundred people simultaneously abandoning structure. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room for the last time before the summer, with the room mostly empty and the late afternoon light coming in at a low angle, and thought about September, which had been a very different room. He had arrived here knowing almost nothing, the name of a school, the shape of a wand, the face of a large man who smiled at him like he mattered. He was leaving knowing considerably more, including several things he would have preferred not to know and a larger number of things he was grateful for. Ron dropped into the armchair across from him with the specific bonelessness of someone who has just finished his last exam and has released all tension from his body simultaneously. "Train's tomorrow," he said. "I know. Mum's meeting us at King's Cross." A pause. She wants to meet you properly. She feels terrible about the whole. Tell her not to, Harry said. Tell her to just be herself. That'll be enough. Ron looked at him. You'll like her. I know, Harry said. I already do. Hermione came down from the girls' dormitory with her trunk shrunk to a manageable size, her bag over one shoulder, her notebook in hand. She sat in the remaining armchair and looked at Harry with the appraising attention she'd been applying to him since September and had not adjusted for familiarity. How are you? She said. Fine, he said. That's not, I mean properly. How are you actually? He thought about it honestly. About the year, spread out in his mind from the 1st of September to now, the audit and the hearing and the Goblin War and Quirrell and Pettigrew and Sirius Black's name entering the Wisengamot record, and all the smaller things woven through it. Hermione's notebook. Ron's sandwiches. McGonagall's directness. Hagrid's grief. Ragnarok's amber eyes. A sword in a vault. A stag crossing a London street. I think, he said, that I understand more than I did. About the world. About what it costs to be in it honestly. He paused. I'm not finished being angry. Some of that's going to take a long time. He looked at them both. But I'm not angry at everything. Just the specific things that earned it. That's healthy, Hermione said, in her factual way. Is it? I looked it up, she said. Ron made a sound that was almost a laugh. There's more coming, Harry said, and it wasn't pessimistic, it was the even tone of accurate forecast. Voldemort isn't gone, he's gone from here. Pettigrew's testimony is going to open things that have been closed for 10 years. The Sirius Black Review is going to produce a trial that puts everything back in front of the public. Ragnarok wants to renegotiate the accord. He looked at the fire, which was low and summer-warm rather than winter-bright. It doesn't stop. No, Hermione said. Good, Ron said, and they both looked at him. I mean, not good that it's hard. But good that it continues. He shrugged, in the uncomplicated way he had. Because it continuing means we're in it. And I'd rather be in it than outside looking at it wondering if someone was handling it correctly. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then at Hermione, who was looking at Ron with the expression she sometimes got, the expression of someone who had expected something simple from a specific direction and kept receiving something better. Yeah, Harry said. Me too. The fire crackled. Hedwig, in her cage by the window, made a small sound and ruffled her feathers in the light. Outside, the grounds were gold in the late sun, and somewhere below them the castle continued its ancient business of containing human lives and their consequences, as it had done for 1,000 years and intended to go on doing. Harry Potter sat in Gryffindor Common Room at the end of his first year and thought about what he knew. He knew the shape of the theft and the names attached to it. He knew that institutions protected themselves before they protected people, and that the people inside institutions were sometimes better than the institutions, and that the difference between the two mattered. He knew that goblins had been waiting 9 centuries for someone to ask the right questions. He knew his mother's sacrifice was in his blood and his father's stubbornness was apparently in his methods and that both things were useful. He knew that Sirius Black was innocent and that Peter Pettigrew was not, and that the Ministry had lost the habit of distinguishing between the two. He knew that Voldemort was not finished, would not be finished, and that the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed and the Elixir of Life was gone and that Voldemort would find another way because Voldemort was nothing if not patient. He knew that 33 was better than 26, and that 26 was better than 11, and that none of those numbers were 61 million Galleons. He knew that Ragnarok would send a letter before September. That the letter would contain something that required a decision. That he would make the decision the same way he'd made every decision this year, carefully, honestly, with the specific stubbornness of someone who has decided that the truth was worth what it cost. He looked at his friends. They were looking back at him with the easy attention of people who had decided to be in each other's company without requiring it to be anything other than what it was. No performance, no management, no auditing of what was owed. Just three people who had been through something together and were going to go through more things together and were, on the evidence of the year so far, good at it. Tomorrow, Harry said. Tomorrow, Ron said. Eat something tonight, Hermione said. Your color's still not right from the hospital wing. Harry ate something. The train south was full of noise and color, students spilling into corridors, compartments rearranged and rearranged, the specific untidy energy of several hundred people simultaneously shedding the structure of term. Harry sat by the window and watched Scotland dissolve into England and thought about Augusta Longbottom's guest room and what it would be like to sleep in a room with a window. The Weasleys were waiting at King's Cross, all of them, apparently, the entire family deployed across the platform in the cheerful chaotic formation of a large group of people who had been counting down to this moment for days. Molly Weasley found Harry within 30 seconds of his stepping off the train and looked at him with the expression of someone who had been preparing to do this for some time. She hugged him. Not with the measured restraint of adults who weren't sure about the protocol of affection with other people's children. A real hug, the kind that was unconditional and warm and asked nothing in return. Harry stood in the hug for a moment and thought, oh. This is what it feels like. He hugged her back, and she made a small sound into his hair that might have been something or might have just been breath, and when they stepped back she was pressing her lips together in the way of someone maintaining composure by a specific determination. You'll write, she said. During the summer. You'll keep in touch. Yes, he said. I will. And you'll eat, she said, because apparently this was the thing people who cared about you said. Hermione already told him, Ron said, from beside her. Then it bears repeating, Molly said, in the tone that was final in the specific way of people who have raised 6 children and learned which hills to die on. Harry looked at the platform. At the Weasleys and Hermione, at the crowd of wizarding families navigating the barrier back to the Muggle world, at the ordinary extraordinary landscape of people going home for the summer with their owls and their trunks and their first-year nerves behind them. He thought about 61 million galleons and the 18 months it would take to settle it. About Sirius Black in Azkaban, about the review that had been filed, about the specific speed at which the wizarding legal system moved when someone was willing to be loud about its failures. About Peter Pettigrew in a kitchen, talking for an hour and 40 minutes, saying the names of the people he'd betrayed in the voice of someone learning too late that some things couldn't be outrun. About Voldemort, somewhere diminished and persistent, looking for the next door. About Ragnarok's letter, not yet written but coming. About everything that was still unresolved and everything that was newly possible and the specific unquiet peace of someone standing at the beginning of something very large and knowing it and being, against all reasonable expectation, ready. He picked up Hedwig's cage. She looked at him with her golden eyes and made the small sound she made when she approved of the direction they were heading. All right, he said, quietly, not to anyone in particular. Let's go. He walked through the barrier. London was loud and ordinary and entirely itself, and Harry Potter walked into it with everything he knew.